Good morning. Oh, that's loud. Good morning and welcome. I'm Molly Giordano. I am the Executive Director of the Delaware Art Museum, and I am so glad to see you here today. I hope many of you were scheduled for last Friday when we had that unfortunate snow day, and I know a few others who couldn't get into registration last time have slipped in, so welcome to all of you. I'm so glad to welcome you for the Bancroft Brothers and Untold Story, a symposium organized with the Delaware Art Museum in partnership with the Todd Morton Foundation and funded by generous grants from the Nathan M. Clark Foundation, along with Delaware Humanities, through their program, Democracy Demands Wisdom. This organization is also supported in part by the National Endowment for the Arts and by a grant from the Delaware Division of the Arts, a state agency in partnership with the National Endowment for the Arts. The division promotes Delaware arts events at delawarescene.com. I have a few other people to thank before we get started, and I'd like to start with our speakers, Stephanie Holyfield. Stephanie, thank you, and Jean Castellano. Stephanie especially deserves our praise because she made the difficult drive from Tennessee both last week in anticipation. So if we could please give her a round of applause. I used to live in that part of the country, and that drive is no joke in the winter, so thank you, Stephanie, for doing it twice. Gene has also been a tremendous resource throughout the planning of this symposium. We are grateful to him for curating and accompanying the display about the Bancroft Mills and William Bancroft. Did everybody get a chance to read that on their way in getting coffee? If not, please take a look at your break. This display assembles historic objects from the collection of Hagley Museum and Library, and we'd like to thank our colleagues at Hagley, Eric Rao, Hannah Pfeiffer, Laura Wall, Angela Shad, and Sharon Fixon for generously arranging these loans, as well as Del Art's librarian and archivist, Rachel Delaterio. And a huge thank you to Rich Przoir, seated down here in the front, President and CEO of Woodlawn Trustees, the Todd Morton Foundation, and Rockford Woodlawn Fund, as well as Dr. Sophie Linford, our Annette Woolard-Provine, curator of the Bancroft Collection of Pre-Raphaelite Art. I am very disappointed to share that Sophie has COVID and can't join us today. However, the show must go on, so she will join us by Zoom this afternoon for her talk. Lastly, we would like to thank Donna Gooden and Latana Talley, Woodlawn colleagues that aided Rich in creating today's symposium, along with Carol Bancroft Morley for Xeroxing her own extremely rare copy and hard-to-track-down book, Bancroft Mills, which helped with today's research. Well, just a few comments for me before I introduce Rich. I have been working here at the Delaware Art Museum for 13 years. I've been the director for about 4. And prior to that, I worked at West End Neighborhood House on Wilmington's west side, one of Woodlawn's core community partners. And I am ashamed to admit that even though I, of course, understood Samuel Bancroft, who collected our famed Bancroft collection of Pre-Raphaelite art, I did not understand the full scope and story of the Bancroft legacy and all of their contributions to the community we know and love today. And when we had the chance to share our Rossetti's exhibition in partnership with Tate Britain, an extraordinary opportunity in which this huge museum came to the Delaware Art Museum and said, we can't do this show without you, thanks to the Samuel Bancroft collection. We started talking, wouldn't this be a great time to bring forward and bring to light some of this little-known historical information to our community about how this family, specifically the brothers we'll talk about today, made an impact in Wilmington. And I am just so glad that we're here to have this conversation. And it's something I hope and I intend we will continue talking about long after the Rossetti's closes. So with that, I would like to introduce Rich Przoir. As mentioned previously, he is the president and CEO of Woodlawn Trustees, the Todd Morton Foundation, and the Rockford Woodlawn Fund. These organizations are playing a key role in the revitalization of affordable housing in Wilmington and the preservation of land in the Brandywine Valley. Rich has a long history of work at Westchester University, the Delaware Law School, YMCA of Delaware, Newcastle County Government, and he has both a BA and MPA from the University of Delaware. So Rich, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And I think before I say anything, I just want to thank Molly and the museum for hosting us today. And when we started this discussion, I grew up on 202 in a neighborhood next to Fairfax, and I tromped around Brandywine 100, Brandywine Creek State Park, and during my interview by the board, I realized I knew nothing about William Bancroft. And when Molly and Sophie and Jean and Stephanie and I started talking about this, it was very clear this is the untold story. It's the untold story of impact, and it's the untold story of philanthropy. And we're really excited today to bring that to you and have discussions about it, and we hope that you'll be involved with both of us in the future. So I'm very excited to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Stephanie Holyfield is an assistant professor of history at Lincoln Memorial University in Tennessee. She lived in Delaware for 20 years, earning her PhD in American history from University of Delaware, and previously serving as associate professor of history at Wesley College in Dover. She is currently writing a biography of Quaker industrialist William Bancroft, which makes her a perfect speaker for today's symposium. It was last summer, Stephanie, that you went to England and went through the archives and has 2,000 photographs of pages from Bancroft's archives. And I just can't wait till next year when I buy the book on Amazon and we go forward. So Dr. Holyfield has previously worked with Delaware State Parks on public history projects for Fort Miles, Delaware, and for Fort Miles, Fort Delaware, and for Joseph Bancroft and Sons. She has over 20 years of teaching experience at Lincoln Memorial University. She teaches courses on American history, public history, and Latin American history. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stephanie Holyfield.
Good morning. I would first like to say thank you to the Woodlawn Trustees and to the Delaware Art Museum for this wonderful opportunity to talk about the Bancrofts. I have spent a considerable part of my career focused on this remarkable family and also the business that they built. I wrote my dissertation on Joseph Bancroft and Sons corporate culture, and as Rich has just said, I am working on a biography of William Poole Bancroft. Today, I would like to introduce you to the brothers' background, say a little bit about their careers, and also talk about their personalities. Although they shared the same parents and inhabited the same space, they were very, very different men. William Poole Bancroft and Samuel Bancroft Jr. were the sons of the English Quaker immigrant Joseph Bancroft, who came to the United States in 1824 in the midst of a serious economic downturn in England. And I will, before I turn the slide, point out that this is the only picture of William Bancroft that I have ever seen where he is young. So, in case you didn't recognize him, that is actually William Bancroft. And I checked several times to be sure. So, what happened? Okay, so a little bit about Joseph Bancroft. When the ship carrying Joseph Bancroft to America docked in Philadelphia, the most powerful influences in his life were his family and also the Society of Friends. Quakers typically formed very close-knit communities and also close-knit families. And so when he arrived, Joseph was overjoyed to be reunited with his parents, John and Elizabeth Bancroft, and also with his 12 siblings. After a long separation, he had remained behind when the family immigrated to complete an apprenticeship with his uncles, John and Jacob Bright. They were the owners of a textile mill in the village of Rockdale, which is outside Manchester in the UK. And from them, he learned important technical skills and also the work ethic that would make him so successful in the United States. At the Bright's Mill, he was exposed to a particular kind of Quaker management style and also to the kind of Quaker leaven that existed in British business. Quakers seemed to just kind of naturally do well in business. And there were a number of important Quaker firms that would have been there at the time. And some of those firms include the Cadburys, the Roundtrees, and the Frys, all chocolate. The Clarks, of course, and also the Barclays, as in the bank. So the values in thrift and hard work and kindness that were drawn from the Society of Friends permeated all facets of Joseph Bancroft's life, whether it was religious, personal, or business. And because of that early experience, he was sensitive to the hardships that confronted industrial workers. Both of his sons would continue to have that same concern in their own business. So Joseph married Sarah Poole. No, she's not Sarah Poole Bancroft yet, but Sarah Poole, a granddaughter of the founders of the Wilmington Monthly Meeting in 1829, and he opened his mill in 1831. The couple had only the two sons, William and Samuel. William was born in 1835 and Samuel in 1840. And together they will lead their father's company into becoming one of the most successful textile finishing firms in the United States. But even from childhood, they were fundamentally very different people. As William became a young man, he was quiet, rather reserved, and serious. He started to do small jobs in the mill at a young age, and by the time he left school at the age of 14, he was ready to assume some full-time responsibilities. 14 at the time was not at all an uncommon age. That is common. Yeah, this is common. He mastered the spinning and weaving operation so successfully that by 1856, when his parents returned to England, he was able to manage, with the help of some uncles, the accounting matters and some of the daily operations of the mill. He was dependable and he was responsible. He also became very involved in the Wilmington Monthly Meeting, and he developed very clear ideas about what was right and clear ideas about principles, and he held to those ideals for all of his life. He never liked to draw attention to himself, but his reserved character did not prevent him from publicly standing on principle from time to time. And a great example of that happened during the Civil War when he was drafted. He wrestled with that event because Quakers typically are pacifists, and it was a challenge to him. He had three options. One was to serve, one was to find a substitute and pay a substitute, and the other was to pay $300 of commutation money, which would have been roughly equal to the wages of industrial laborer. And he did not feel that he could do any of those things with a clear conscience, and he prepared for the consequences, whatever they may be. There were no consequences because one of his uncles, without his knowledge, paid the $300, and that took care of that. But this Quaker conscience will guide him in the future too, and this is a good example. Samuel Bancroft was very, very different. A different kind of personality, a different demeanor, different in every way. Samuel loved art and novels and poetry. He was 5 years younger than William, and he did share a love of nature and the outdoors, but beyond that, as he reached his teenage years, not much else. He loved poetry, and he also dabbled in his own drawing. There is a sketchbook at the Delaware Historical Society that shows that, and fortunately for me, he also left a journal that he kept in his late teens and very early 20s, where Samuel was dutiful and very supportive of his father. Samuel chafed a bit under parental authority and various kinds of restrictions that were placed upon him. As far as his poetry goes, he did fancy himself a poet and most definitely a romantic. I've read various opinions of his poetry. He liked to stand up at dinner parties and recite that poetry, but he could actually write some very lovely things, and I have one example here for you. This has been a stormy but beautiful day. The snow coming down very thickly, and this afternoon sticking on the trees, making a beautiful sight. It is grand, the sight of these verdureless rock and tree-covered hills, whitening through a snowstorm. I stood at the dressing room window this afternoon and looked down out the creek. The white hills, the black tree trunks, the gray sky, and the black water made a scene of almost fairy beauty. How I wish there was someone here to look and admire and sympathize with me. He was romantic. I mean, he really did. And as I was working on this presentation and looking from my front porch down to the lake nearby my house, he could have written it about that particular scene, so it really resonated. This is an example of his poetry, and I will not read it to you, but this particular one is fun. It is lighthearted. It shows some important relationships that came from his childhood and positive memories, and he also included several stanzas about people who were in his whist club. So Samuel enjoyed other people's company, and he seems to have been kind of fun sometimes. So there's that. His career, though. Samuel Bancroft Jr. did not want to be a textile finisher or even a textile man of any kind. He wanted to be a machinist, and he wanted to be an apprentice to his Uncle Edward. But Joseph Bancroft had other ideas. The early company years were filled with struggles over debt, and Joseph Bancroft recognized that cotton production, fabric production wouldn't quite be enough, and he began to explore textile finishing, and particularly bleaching in the beginning. And Joseph Bancroft actually took a year-long tour of English factories in Great Britain to study finishing. And when he came back, he mulled it over for quite a while. He was gone for roughly a year and came to the conclusion that that is the course that the company needed to take. And he requested Samuel's help with that. Samuel remembered that one evening late in 1858, my father said to me, "Well, my boy, if thou wilt stay by me, instead of wanting to go away and be a machinist, I think I will go into this finishing business." I made up my mind then and there that I would do it, and told him so. He was only 18 years at that point, which is young to make such an important and a binding decision, and it was one that was not without sacrifice, at least in the beginning. Looking back later in his life, Samuel recalled, "I never had any love for the cotton manufacturing business and always wanted to be an apprentice to my Uncle Edward, my uncle always deprecating this and asking me to stay with my father." However, once the decision was made, he did embrace it, and it was difficult. I have, fortunately, a couple of passages from that journal. And on Christmas Eve, 1861, we are approximately 2 to 3 years into the bleaching operation, and he said, "Well, here I am. with the responsibility of this place on me, with all it contains. And I can feel it too. I cannot be free again. Wherever I may be, the shadow of work will come between me and my pleasures outside of this place. And I shall be under the dominion of the bleachery hereafter, and it and I will govern each other if I am strong enough. So they are rather poignant words, and if you remember what your very early 20s were like, that might resonate with you too. 1863, he really didn't feel that much better. On his birthday, he wrote, "Today I enter on my 23rd year. I have felt the responsibilities of manhood heavily, so heavily that I would, if I could." Sorry. I lost my place. Let me break out the glasses. Today I enter on my 23rd year. I have felt the responsibilities of manhood heavily, so heavily that I would, if I could, get from under some of them. It is hard work, and the only way I can get along with any ease is to live in the day, and it is enough. But it is hard work. Tomorrow's sorrows still depress more than today's joys elevate. And the certainty of one and the uncertainty of the other is the heaviest load. So it's kind of touching. It is kind of touching. I felt that. So anyway, things got better, and the company became financially stable in 1865 to the point that Joseph Bancroft felt that he could offer his sons full partnerships. And so they operated as a partnership among the three of them until 1874. Joseph Bancroft passed away in 1874, and then William and Samuel continued to operate as a kind of informal partnership until 1885. And in 1885, there came a bit of a disagreement. William loved the cotton factory. He was very invested in it, not just financially, but also emotionally. He had carried a lot of responsibility for many years by that point for the spinning and weaving, and he remembered clearly, and this is a kind of formative experience, what it was like to go through periods of serious debt. And he wrote about it many times, not just once or twice, but many times, saying things like, "I was very desirous that my father should be able to pay his debts. I would at many times gladly have seen the business close out and been left without anything if his debts could have been paid. I was under very little necessity to spend money. I lived at home and paid $3 a week for board. I was desirous of doing everything I could that would tend toward my father's debts being paid. All of my savings were left in the business." So hopefully you can kind of see how the two brothers had different viewpoints and different experiences, even though that they were right there together for most of their lives. William lived at home until he was 40 years old, and after 1865, between 1865 and 1874, he made a $600 a year salary, and he left as much of his salary as he possibly could in the company as an investment. He was very cautious and very careful about debt, and he worried about it a great deal, and by leaving his savings there, it seemed to ease the burden of Joseph Bancroft for a bit. But anyway, you can kind of understand how when we get up to 1885 and William has made this investment of his time and his energy and his emotions and his money, that he would feel confident about the partnership and the 50% of profits. Samuel had an entirely different point of view. He felt that he had made a great sacrifice in rejecting the apprenticeship and being a machinist and doing other things that he wanted to do to stay there and work in the finishing. So it's a little a little tension there. Samuel and William had similar educations, but Samuel really worked hard to teach himself chemistry, and he did have something of a scientific mind. And as the years ticked by, he became invested in pursuing new technology for finishing. And I don't believe I have defined finishing yet, so let me do that. Finishing is any process that changes the luster, color, feel, texture, all of those things as fabric. So I've mentioned bleaching, but it includes bleaching, dyeing, mercerizing, and Jean, you may talk about some of those things. So I will leave it at that. But he did pursue the technology, and he did very enthusiastically at time explore new products. In the photo, you see the Matherin plaque here, and this is a piece of technology that he actually traveled to Russia to see before he invested in it, and its purpose is for bleaching. He continued to work with another chemist, and in 1885 patented the Helena shade cloth. That was one of the company's early, very profitable and popular products. But as far as the division between the brothers goes, it's significant that he patented it in his own name, not in the company's name. And that came to a point where they felt they had to have some outside assistance. And that outside assistance will come in the form of formal Quaker arbitration. So two friends, and that would be capital F friends, not the lowercase f friends. So friends in the Society of Friends helped them get through that and make the decisions. Samuel would receive $10,000 a year for his travel, which is a significant sum in 1885, really quite a significant sum. And the patent would work for the company as long as the partnership existed, or 10 years. And then if they dissolved their partnership, the patent would go to Samuel. That didn't happen. They didn't stay partners for another 10 years. They incorporated, and then there was stock, and there's a different corporate structure and that kind of thing. But it did seem to heal the rift between the two brothers, and they went on from there. And one of the important things about that is once they had that corporate structure, they were much, much less involved in the daily operations of the business, and it gave them the time and the opportunity to do other things that they wanted to do. I mentioned the Helena shade cloth, but also here I will mention some of the other successes the company experienced. Book cloth, and Samuel Bancroft and a chemist named Victor Blode actually won a bronze medal at the Paris exhibition in 1889, so that is quite a nice thing. There was also a Basco finish, Everfast, which was fabric with color that didn't fade, Everglaze, which you will be hearing about soon, and also another product called Bandlawn. So they had quite a lot of successes. I scooped myself a little bit there. As far as that new corporate organization goes, it gave them an opportunity also to have new priorities. They were obviously on the board of directors, but with less involvement in daily operations, they could use their time to some extent for other things. And also for the Quaker conscience. Both men were very much philanthropists. Samuel Bancroft also collected the wonderful art that you've seen, and this actually is a photo of his living room. The philanthropy included many things. For William, the Wilmington Park system, which you will be hearing about, also the Woodlawn Trustees, Swarthmore College, where he refused to allow them to name a building after him, the George School, several hospitals, African American schools, and also libraries. They did a great deal of really kind of monumental work. I would also like to talk about William a little bit as a family man. Because of the research that I did this summer, I have been able to piece together a great deal about his life that I did not know before. That research was at the Alfred Gillett Trust, and it is collections from the Clark family primarily. So I do have those 2,000 images of documents, and drawn out of that, there are wonderful photographs and wonderful letters, and also when his daughter Sarah married and moved to England, he began to keep a journal, and that journal was typewritten, so fortunately very easy to read. And it's collected and it's there, and it by itself is probably 1,500 pages, and he tells us everything, even small personal details. His hands shook when he wrote. He had problems with his teeth. I mean, really quite personal details from time to time, and it makes it possible to develop more of a sense of what he was actually like. So he didn't marry until he was 40 years old, and that is when he left his parents' home. He likely never really intended to marry, but he met Emma when her parents asked him to be a chaperone on a trip with her and a friend, and that would be lowercase f for that friend. And her name was Emma Cooper, and it worked out. She was a Quaker also, of course, and she was from New Jersey nearby. And surprisingly for everyone, they married, and they did have the two daughters, Sarah and Lucy. And both of them actually married Englishmen. Sarah married Roger Clark in 1900, and Lucy married Alfred Gillett, who was an Oxford professor. And so every time he went to see grandchildren, he did have to travel across the Atlantic. And he eventually had 12 grandchildren. I also found some of his writing earlier to his daughters. And this letter, which I'm not going to read to you, but it's very touching, and if anybody wants to see it later, I'll be happy to show it to you. He talks to Sarah about her tiny baby sister and tells her how much he loves her, and it's really a touching letter between a father and daughter. Also, he, in a very 19th century and a very Quaker way of parenting, does encourage her to develop certain habits that he would like to see in her life going forward. So they did that. William, I mentioned before, did not like to have attention drawn to himself, and this is a perfect example of that. This is the famous painting, or at least the one that you see all the time. Lucy is taking for you Percy Bigland's portrait of me. Please, during my lifetime at least, unless I should come to feel otherwise respecting the matter, keep it in a place where it will not be conspicuous. Upstairs, I suppose, I would prefer. And that is consistent with everything that I have ever read or encountered about him. So I was really, really happy to find that. Really happy to find that. This is the house that William and Emma lived in when they first married, and they stayed in this house until his mother passed away, and then they moved into Joseph Bancroft's house that he built in 1865. But I liked the photo of the house because while it is large, it's not elaborate. It is very much in keeping with William Bancroft's personality. It was enough. It's on the plain side, but it really is revealing. So Emma was a great helpmeet to William, by the way, and she practiced her own philanthropy. I did not write that into the talk, but it is also worth mentioning she kept her own accounts. She did all of her own philanthropy as well. And I would like to point out that they were well aware of what was going on in philanthropic circles, and I have seen letters from actually the Swarthmore Quaker Archives. They went to visit important philanthropists and in Alabama, and it's in my notes, and I'm sorry, I've completely forgotten his name. Booker T. Washington, there it is, it came to me. 53, it happens. Booker T. Washington. But they actually traveled to see Booker T. Washington, and they were very interested in the things that he was doing. However, a few weeks or months later, William wrote to Booker T. Washington to ask him why he had such a nice house. And Booker T. Washington wrote back to explain that the house was built by the students and they practiced their skills in building that house. So he had a good answer. Also, I have seen in the collections comments on a presentation by Jacob Rees, and that's the R-I-I-S, Rees. And he wrote a book called How the Other Half Lived. And he is also famous for all those photographs of New York tenements. So they were very sharp. I mean, they were very sharp. So, this is a photo from the porch of William's house. And this is about 1893. So it wouldn't be the house that you saw in the other photograph. This was probably the 1865 stone house that Joseph built. And it looks remarkably like what Samuel Bancroft described so many years earlier, and it was absolutely beautiful. William, for all of his life, wanted to be useful, and in this document, he is enjoying his 80th birthday, but even on his 80th birthday, he made comments. I feel myself unable to work nearly as continuously or effectively as I could when I was younger. And there are so many things I would like to do that I feel very much impressed with the need of using well what ability I may have. And that kind of sums up the whole course of William's life. He was very diligent all the time in everything that he did. And I didn't mention the park system very much because the next presenter will be delving into that much more deeply, but these things are touching. This is, I know, don't you love it? This is William with, I believe, his very first grandchild. So they are at White Knights in Street. That's the name of Sarah's house. And there they are. It's picturesque. And I had intended to end my part of the program to talk about what a great legacy they left behind, both William and Samuel, with what's in their obituaries. But I decided that I would rather end on the high note with this picture of William and his sons, his daughters and their spouses and all of his grandchildren, because this is wonderful evidence of a life well lived. So, and Samuel Bancroft had died earlier. He passed away in 1915, very, very unexpectedly, although he was 75. But William lived many, many more years. And so I hope I have accomplished my task and introduced you to them in some personal ways that makes them seem like real people, not just names on a building. So, thank you. And I will take questions if you have any. I think the hand in the back went up first, but I'll come back.
Hi, thank you for a wonderful presentation. We love the Bancroft collection here. I'm a volunteer guide here.
Okay.
But, we owe our existence to Howard Pyle. And I noticed that Joseph married Sarah Poole.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, in your research, I had heard that Howard Pyle's wife was possibly a cousin of Sarah Poole. And I'd love to find the connection between the two, because one of Pyle's latest works, The Mermaids, seems to me, and several other guides, to have elements of the pre-Raphaelites in them.
Interesting.
And I'm wondering where Howard Pyle would have seen pre-Raphaelites. So if there's a connection there, that would kind of strengthen that theory I have.
I, with some time, probably could trace those family connections. There is a great deal of genealogy in the archives in several places. I think your question might actually be best answered by Sophie. I'm sorry, I'm not the art expert.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a second cousin with several removes, I think.
It's complicated. The family trees are very complicated. I kind of have to be looking at them to keep track on a pretty regular basis. And who else? Oh, yes.
The picture you showed of William and Emma, I think, were their two daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Was that their two daughters? Because one looks significantly older than the other one. I just wondered what the difference was in age.
Oh, I think that it was about 5 years. Lucy was several years younger.
Okay, so is that a daughter?
Oh. No, I'm sorry. This is William, and that's his wife, Emma. And that's Sarah and I.
What is Sarah's daughter?
I think that's Sarah's first child.
Yes.
His name was Bancroft.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Why did they come to Delaware to begin with? I mean, you said they came to Philadelphia, which obviously is a big port at the time, but why did they come to Philadelphia and why did they end up in Delaware?
That is a great question. Well, what drove the Bancroft family to leave was economic difficulties, and it actually wasn't just Quakers that were leaving. Great Britain was in the throes of the first wave of industrialization, and wages were depressed, and there were lots of reasons that lots of people actually wanted to leave. They chose to come to Delaware because there were already other family members who had come to the United States, so they had connections. And then also New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware was very much a Quaker area, and it was easy, well, maybe not easy, but it was easier, less difficult to kind of plug into those networks. So Quaker networks are very important, and I could give you an academic lecture on that, but I will keep that one to myself.
But then you said the parents went back to England.
Joseph Bancroft and his wife went back to England for a year to visit family, but also to do that kind of study tour of British factories.
Not permanently.
Not permanently, no. And it's actually the only time that they ever went back. So, yes.
I thought you and your audience might be interested to know that there's still an Everfest incorporated, and the Bancroft Everfest was, they developed the Everglazed chintzes, as you mentioned. That finish, that chintz finish, was very popular at the time. And in the 40s and 50s, like Miss America would unveil a new collection of
Our next speaker, I'm pleased to introduce and thank you, Stephanie, for wonderful enlightening. I was sitting here looking at some of the photographs. And I'm gonna ask for that last photograph because I think our former chair, Ben Lovell, is in it. I'm not sure. And I don't know if he's ever seen that photograph. So working at Woodlawn Trustees, there's obviously an enormous amount of history. And our next speaker, if I was a Hollywood director, this is like having Tom Hanks at your studio. So we muse about it. We really need to investigate this. Let's call Gene. And Gene Castellano is a business history consultant and archivist, an avid researcher of Delaware history, and a former trustee of the Delaware Historical Society, where he was a member of the executive committee and chaired the Buildings and Grounds Committee. In 2013, Gene authored the book Wilmington, Preservation and Progress, a study of 20th century architectural changes in the city of Wilmington's business district. During his business career, Gene held positions in product development, finance, and leadership at the DuPont Company, W.L. Gore and Associates, and in 2008, when Gore Associates turned 50, he led the creation of Gore's History Archive. Following his retirement from Gore in 2013, Gene began working as an archivist and business history consultant, joining the staff of Hagley Museum and Library in 2016 to start up the Hagley Heritage Curators, an initiative to help companies and trade associations preserve and research their history. He is currently a contract archivist and historian for Woodlawn Trustees and Tom Hanks lookalike. So please join me in welcoming Gene Castellano, our great resource.
Going to switch mics here for a moment. Let's give this a try. And we'll switch presentations. I have never heard the Tom Hanks look-alike, honest. But I'll take it. Thank you. Very good. Thank you for coming this morning. You see two images on the screen. The one on the left is Lady Lilith, painted by Dante Rossetti. It's here in the museum. It is a beautiful work crafted by the hand of man. And it's here, thank you to Samuel Bancroft. On the right is also a beautiful image, and I would call it crafted by the hand of God. It resides nearby in Brandywine Creek State Park, and part of its existence is owed to William Bancroft, which we'll talk more about, but I also would say exists through people here in the room, and you know who you are, who've worked on the park system. I'm not going to retell the story of the two brothers, but I think it's helpful as we look at the business they were involved in to just remember a few things. Very different personalities, as we now know. They did share a common bond through the Society of Friends that was very, very strong, but also traditions back in England that will continue to play a role in my presentation and in the company. And both deeply dedicated. Eventually, took Samuel a little longer to get there, but they are. So today we enjoy the philanthropy from the two brothers. And I want to acknowledge Molly and Rich, who envisioned this event, which is bringing us together today for a story, again, that's not been told. So my story is roughly a 100-year lecture about the Bancroft textile mills. I will talk about Everglaze and the products that came from it. William Bancroft's contributions to this park system, the city of Wilmington, which also then morphed out into Brandywine 100. And then the role of the Woodlawn Trustees, which Rich will touch on more in his talk later this afternoon. It's always good to begin with geography, so I thought we might get oriented a little bit. You might have used Google Maps to get here, perhaps. And so with that, let me just kind of guide you through where we are, right here at the center. And the most important feature, if you can see the pointer, is the Brandywine River flows around past Hagley Museum and Library, who provided a number of materials for today. And Hagley, again, is where the Bancroft Mills Business Archives live, as well as the Woodlawn Trustees Business Archives reside as well. Brandywine continues up, and this will be part of the story. Just a couple impressions I want to leave you with. Notice the residential density. Notice how close it is coming to the river. And the only major buffers are Alapocas Woods State Park, Rockford Park next to us. Hopefully you've been there. And golf courses. They play a role, Rock Manor, Porky Oliver, in providing green space that otherwise would not have existed. And this was William Bancroft's fear, this encroachment of business, which then brings labor and housing that would change the character of the land forever. Let me give you another view from Hagley's collection. This is part of what's known as the Dahlin aerial collection. Dahlin did aerial photographs of most of the mid-Atlantic states. Those live online, they're digitized at Hagley. If you ever have an interest, you want to look at the area you live in, they're there, you can find them. I like this particular view for a lot of reasons, but let me start with, again, showing you the Brandywine River, tracing its way around. Here is where the experimental station lives today. That plays a role in our story because nylon was invented there in 1935, and we'll talk more about that impact on the Bancroft Mills. The Brandywine continues to wind up into west, northwest, out towards Chadds Ford. Oops. This area will play an important part of the later part of my talk as we talk about what happened with Woodlawn Trustees and what could have happened in Brandywine 100. Some wonderful landmarks worth noting. In fact, I'm going to try and blow this up. Let's see if I can get this to go. There we go. Great. A couple important features. Presumably you know Rockford Tower, heart of the flower market, built as a water tower. A lot of the impetus for that coming from William Bancroft to supply water to all the nearby homes. Park exists largely through William's foresight. But I also want you to remember the S-shaped curve here, because this is where we are today. Again, this is 1931. A few years later, the Art Museum will be created. Sophie will be telling you that a little bit later in her presentation. But again, see the encroachment of residences towards the river, and how to preserve that was a challenge. Let's talk about the company. I'm using a letterhead from 1927. It's just a letterhead, but it actually gives us a lot of insights into the history of the company itself. We know that formally it's Joseph Bancroft and Sons, but if we look over at the progression, started by Joseph, as Stephanie told us, then in 1865, Joseph brings on his sons, and then later on, they fully incorporate from a private little family business into a corporation. But there's another member, John Bancroft Jr. He's representing the New York City office likely in the garment district where many companies selling fabrics would do business, and more to come on John Bancroft. Rockford. So it enjoys the same font as the formal name of the company, so there's a special connection being shown here. And Rockford is the mill, it is the location that Joseph purchased when he wanted to start up his own business. But perhaps the most important information is manufacturers, bleachers, dyers, and finishers. So we now know they make cloth. They have to bleach it. You may not be aware, but cotton looks white in the field. After it's woven, it's decidedly yellow. It needs to be turned to pristine white so that it can then take the color of different dyes. And then there are finishing steps. Bancroft Mills was a vertically integrated company. Rather unusual, believe it or not, if you were to look at the textile industry today in the United States, most of those separate steps are independent companies. When I worked at Gore-Tex is a finishing step at the very end of a textile train for nylon or polyester. And we had to have very creative, talented supply managers who could figure out how to get the fabric to us through all of those other steps. Nike might order from us, but we had to get it woven, dyed, something else done to it, so we could do the final step. It was difficult to do business, but vertical integration, there were only one or two companies like that in the country. We liked dealing with them, quite honestly. And so this gave Bancroft Mills a lot of clout, if you will, that would make them eventually a powerhouse. This is from the company newsletter in 1927. I'm just going to try and blow it up a little bit. These are the key executives, the people involved. And you already know part of this story from Stephanie, Joseph the founder, bringing his two sons in, Samuel and William, who was first president and then William as vice president. But here we are now in the 90s. The second generation, if you will, Samuel, William, have retired, no longer actively involved. John Bancroft and a cousin of his are president and vice president. And I'll make one other note. John Bancroft Jr., younger family member, now fourth generation, running that New York sales office. So if you have studied business history, if you looked at case studies, Harvard Business Schools documented many of these, family-owned businesses, particularly the successful ones, are really challenged in the third and fourth generations to continue in a successful way for a lot of different reasons. Third and fourth generations may be more than content with dividends or inheriting stock and have no interest in actually working in the business. And so this has been the threat. This would also be the threat to Bancroft Mills, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. Another view, become my favorite view of the Bancroft Mills. And this one only surfaced in December, courtesy of one of the curators at Hagley I was working with. We found it in a box, and it tells a lot of different stories about what's happening in the area right near us. So let me take you through that. We see the Brandywine River and Ellapocus Woods behind it. Perhaps you've hiked those trails, come down from Friends School down to the river. You see the expanse of the Bancroft textile mills. It started here in the Rockford area, continue to grow, wind down, even pressed on farther than this photograph shows. In the background across the river, we see a quarry, and now we know where the stone for the mills, the crushed stone, is coming from. Very convenient. And perhaps you've also walked a little bridge across the Brandywine that we can see right here. I'm going to blow this up just a bit. That bridge got washed down a storm not too long ago, some years back, but it was a connector to the rest of the trail system. But more importantly for the mills, it connected to a small warehouse, and this was the main rail line back to Wilmington to get products out. So for all of that massive mill space, they were really constrained on how to get products to market ultimately. Some other key points. Recall the S-shaped curve. Again, this is where we are today in the museum that was to be built. We see the worker housing leading down to the Brandywine. And now my favorite part in the center. This is the house of William Bancroft. Notice it is the smallest of all the homes, very much in keeping in his character. That's the stone home that they had built. Next to it, the larger home, Samuel Bancroft. And then further on in the woods is the estate of Joseph. So, photo Stephanie had showed you looking down in the snow towards the Brandywine River from William's house. That was in the 1880s. This is the 1930s, over that 50 years. That view kind of went away, blocked by massive factories. The point being, Samuel William lived right there, heard it, smelt it. This was very much their life. The company evolved. Eventually, they had to move beyond the Brandywine, again, for logistics issues. And so they acquired, this is from 1931. Obviously, they started here along the Brandywine River, and then acquired a weaving operation in Reading, Pennsylvania in 1910. And then it made sense for them to consolidate all of the weaving, knitting of cottons in Reading, because now they had ample supply of coal. They could use new steam-fired technology, better road systems to get products to where they needed to be. And so then the Brandywine operation consolidated around bleaching, dyeing, and finishing. But they also diversified in the 20s, and they purchased a company upriver in Eddystone. It's just above Chester. And that company makes rayon. Rayon is a fiber that's made from wood pulp, of all things, treated with a variety of different resins so that it could be extruded. It makes nice, soft, high luster products. And so Bancroft was now covering the range of available materials so they could be even bigger and more successful. So what made them famous? They were constantly innovating. This came from Joseph Bancroft, who was finding better ways to just weave cotton here in the United States. Finishing is really the value-added step in the business where you can get the most profitability out of it. But then Bancroft Mills was very good at recognizing who was their customer. And they went way beyond thinking it was a wholesaler who might sell the cloth to somebody who's making garments. And so they became masters at consumer marketing. This is one of their brands. You heard about it a little bit, Everglaze. And this is from a brochure they did about 1950s. And it's giving you a sense of what they could do with a very inexpensive cotton called chintz. Not much to it, but they could impart different kinds of materials into it that made all these different properties. Some of them seem too good to be true. This is 1950s advertising, as you'll see. But washable, important step, wrinkle resistance. If you're thinking about home furnishing, then slow burning is a good thing. And we are getting through the 20th century where wash and wear is an important characteristic, as women in particular have less time in the home to just be there washing and ironing. So that idea and dry cleaning become a more important. We'll see more about that in just a sec. So we open up that brochure of Everglaze, and we get a sampling of the different materials that they could use it on, as well as the different properties it imparted. So again, chintz cotton, that was easy, but also lightweight taffetas, even heavier denims could be treated in such a way. And then you could get all kinds of different patterns They might be able to print onto it with colors or create a jacquard weave, which we'll see in a little bit, or a moire pattern. And then again, now you have everything for everybody. And from crease resistance, a good thing. The ability to take up less moisture, so it might not mildew in a closet if you put in a garment, put it away wet. No starch required, slow burning, again, good for furniture. And here's one we don't think about much anymore. Easy to cut, sew, tailor, and iron. So if you're making garments in a factory, there's a property called ravel resistance that's really important. As you cut a pattern on a curve, if you will, and now you have to take that and put it through a sewing machine on a tight curve. The ability to resist fraying on the edges is very important for productivity and sewing. And so this was another feature that Bancroft Mills could provide for the people who make garments, as well as those of us who wear them. Bancroft also recognized it wasn't enough to just sell into the supply chain, if you will, of wholesalers. They began to understand that the people who were making buying decisions on the fabric ultimately were particularly housewives who wanted to do interior decorating. And we're in the era of 1930s to 1950s. So they found a lot of opportunity to promote ideas on how to coordinate a room and, of course, sell their fabrics. So here they are showing you that a textile might not just be used on a bed cover, it could be used on a furniture covering, on the walls, and in drapery. Of course, the intent is to decorate in such a way that they're all Bancroft textiles. But it's interesting, some of the products that really pay the bills don't have much marketing associated with them. This was a very lucrative product line for Bancroft Mills. It's book cloths. You may remember them 20, 30 years ago, that heavy material that was underneath the thin paper covering of it. And Bancroft was a major supplier of book covers. The name Arrestox tells you something. Its intent was to stop toxic transfer of bacteria. They would take a very heavy denier cotton, infuse it with a material called pyroxylin. That was an early plastic developed by the DuPont company. It was actually a lacquer, a nitrocellulose lacquer. Infuse it into it. Now it makes that cotton cloth waterproof, stain resistant, less likely that bacteria from your hands is going to settle into it. And so a very important property for libraries or schools at the time, where you would pass on a book from one class to the next class. And so the product line sold itself by the claims. It was hard to do, so they had a competitive edge, tough work with nitrocellulose, and high profit margin, good cash flow. And this could support a lot of other marketing, more expensive marketing efforts for the other products. When you have a moment to look at the display cases, you will see this little brochure that was developed by Bancroft Mills for you and I. And it was a way to teach how to decorate. And it's interesting, the subtle cell here is Everglazed chintz. But look at what they're doing. They're showing printed fabrics in drapery, in the furniture covers, and color coordination. The idea they would sell a wallpaper, particular color, then because they did the printing here on the Brandywine, that same color could be picked up in a furniture cover, a pillowcase. And it's even showing people, why not think about the floral arrangement on the table that's picking up the same color as well. So good for them, teaching Americans how to do it for themselves. That was before World War II. World War II changed our country in many ways. One important change was recall nylon fiber, invented by Wallace Carruthers, DuPont Experimental Station. First went public at the 1939 World's Fair in New York City, and one of the first products made from it was women's hosiery. It was extremely popular. Also, lingerie made with nylon was very popular. But once the war came, nylon is an interesting textile. It's very tough. It's called high tenacity, has high abrasion resistance, very strong. And so the military essentially took over all supply of nylon for parachutes and parachute cords primarily. But once the war was over, that supply was available for consumer markets, and new plants were being built by DuPont as well around the country. And so Bancroft was looking for a way to commercialize nylon. The problem is, and what people found, was that nylon stockings would run very easily, and it was actually quite uncomfortable against the body. Kind of got damp and clingy. So Bancroft Mills developed something called Banlon, a process for micro-crimping. Essentially texturized it, made it soft, took away the luster of the synthetic yarns, and now it began to inspire a whole new range of fashion. So I'm going to show you a workbook in which they published different people doing things with their products. This is upline on Hagley. You can find it in their collection. You can go back and look at that at your leisure later on. 1954. I love these fashions, quite honestly. I think some of them are due for a comeback, to be honest. You see wonderful brocades, jacquard weave here, and on each one of these, there is the little Banlon trademark. There's a book out in the display case that will show you some of those as well. But again, this is a compilation book. Bancroft did it. It's cooperative advertising, incorporates all the different designs of their customers, and it helps promote what could be done. We are on the cusp of the 60s, so bright, flashy prints are now capable technical-wise, and that's starting to be shown here, although also retaining really classic designs as well. And note the hairlines, some of them really wonderful. One more, my favorite. Again, even more extreme prints. This is where something called circular knitting process allowed for these leggings as well as sweater sleeves. And again, being made from a more soft, comfortable, textured Bancroft nylon. The other thing that was happening here was a change of business model. Bancroft Mills was not intent on making every yard of Banlon fabric. In fact, they were licensing the technology to other mills around the country. And so they were intent on collecting royalties for use of the process. And in time, they were finding a considerable portion of their earnings were from royalties in addition to making products. Someone earlier mentioned Miss America. This was their crown jewel marketing effort. Again, they had marketing materials for women to help them learn about how to decorate, and they understood that key consumer. This is also now happening late 40s, 1950s, when television is coming into every living room in the United States. And so people could enjoy Miss America contest without having to go to Atlantic City. Bancroft was the major textile supplier for that. And so again, Hagley has all of the pageant programs up on their website. I'm just pulling down one of them to go through a few pages with you. This happens to be 1951. In all transparency, it's the year I was born, so I was just curious to see what things looked like. And so if we open up that cover, here's Miss America with her new Nash Ambassador automobile. I was 3 or 4. I remember a family down the street had one of these. I thought it was odd looking then. I still do. but it does catch your eye, as does the dress. We open up the subsequent pages, and you're going to find stories about each of the Miss Americas in their beautiful Everglaze dresses. That was the key product they were promoting, and there's one I want to blow up here and talk a little bit more about. Bess Meyerson, I heard the name. Yes, 1945. She went on to be a very talented woman, very talented pianist, went on to have her own television show as well as co-act in many other television shows through the 50s. She was Miss America in 1945. She was also the first Jewish woman to be crowned Miss America. And with her success, she ran for office in New York City politics, very successful there, and then through that, raised a lot of money for Jewish nonprofit organizations in New York City. So it's ironic, 50 years later, 1995, the 75th anniversary of Miss America, she was asked by the media if she was attending. And her response was, no, it's irrelevant. We had reached a point in society where women did not need to perform on stage to enjoy successful careers. And so in one sense, it is irrelevant. And it kind of left me wondering, is it even relevant for this presentation? But then something happened last summer that made me think, Miss America, the fashions it inspires, is not dead. So let me show you that. Barbie. Yes. And that's Barbie the year before. So Barbie lives on, and I heard on the radio that the Miss America pageant had been a week ago Sunday. I don't know if you knew that, but the woman who was crowned, Harvard graduate, was also a full-time officer in the U.S. Air Force. So still relevant in some ways. But what about the mills? Well, I gave you a hint. They were challenged by their location. Here they were in Reading, Chester, near Eddiestown, Wilmington, Delaware. And the mill that had been missing was the one they never built in the southern United States, because that's where the textile industry went. The labor was much cheaper. It was easier to acquire land. That was a challenge for the entire Northeast textile industry. And so 1961, Bancroft Mills got an offer that he couldn't refuse from a very successful mill in Rhode Island. They did sell, again, was third, fourth generation. They didn't necessarily, and the promise was the Brandywine Mills would continue to operate. And so the plant was sold. Sadly, it was closed down 1973. Portion was converted to housing. Now today, you may know it's all housing. And yes, that little custom piece operation did operate until 2003, where you could buy Everfast and other materials. But Bancroft Mills is no more. William died 92 years old. His brother had died before him. But before William did, 30 years prior to his death, he started planning for what might happen in terms of land development. And his first project was parks in the city of Wilmington. As a young boy during the Civil War, he would go to market on weekends with his parents. Typically, those were down at the foot of Market Street and King Street. He would see the nearby industry making boats, leather, rail cars, and he saw what was happening there in terms of density, and he just knew it was going to happen, continue up the Brandywine River. And so, 1880s, he employed Frederick Law Olmsted, a name you may know, who helped design Central Park in New York City, Prospect Park in Brooklyn, and one other, Druid Hill Park in Baltimore. And so William was envisioning this could be done in Wilmington as well. He started building consensus with other business leaders. Wilmington did create a park commission. He and Samuel served on it, William until he died. And in 1929, they created a brochure, and this is really their opportunity after about 45 years to do a little bragging on what they were able to do with the park system. This brochure is out in the display case, so take a look at it when you get a moment. No surprise, you open it up and you'll see a trail along the Brandywine River, not far from from Josephine Gardens. And then turn the page again. And here's William being acknowledged formally as the father of Wilmington's city park system. And it's ironic. Recall the Percy Begland portrait that Stephanie had talked about. The one that he didn't want to be displayed conspicuously, preferably at the top of the stairs. Here he is for all of us to enjoy. Hopefully he's satisfied with the purpose to which it went. That little pamphlet has a fold-out map. You can kind of see the creases in it. We couldn't get it open just because of space considerations, but it tells a considerable story on what was achieved. The Brandywine River runs through here. Bancroft Mills is right in this area, so of course, Elapocus Woods, Rockford Park, Brandywine Park, which is important because they're very successful flour mills that could very easily just continue to move upriver. So that particular park system prevented its development. But I want to speak to this long parkway, Delaware's first parkway, where you had a scenic drive. Today it's known as Bancroft Parkway in recognition for him. But equally as valuable as all the large parks are the little tiny necklace of parks throughout the city. And when you look at the display cases, you will see photographs of children enjoying those lesser parks and immediately see how important it was to quality of life. William and Samuel continued to serve. Samuel was very active in his own right with certain other parks, Tilton Park in particular, which he prevented from becoming a reservoir. William continued to serve with parks, but he recognized that not by parks alone was there to be a good lifestyle for people in the city, and so he created the Woodlawn Company, and its intent was to acquire land, develop it in a responsible way, and preserve portions of it for the benefit of the people of Wilmington. He didn't envision county. County government structure was something he was not even aware of, not even on their radar, if you will, but it was always for the people of the city of Wilmington. And so with Woodlawn formed, he did a bold experiment. He wanted to create an affordable living neighborhood. Started in 1902. For the first 10 years, they constructed 270 units for 390 families. You're trying to remember, it's the flats. The flats being the English term for rentals. And England has much to do on the influence of the creation of the flats. But if you thought about worker housing at the time, you would have driven by some of it. If you came up Kentmere Parkway past Galuccio's, it's just a row of brick townhouses, likely no space in front, likely no space behind it, one just like the other. And that was pretty typical of worker housing in 1910 era. This is one sample, another one. This is in Chicago, 1915. If it isn't small townhouses, it would be apartment buildings, one looking just like the one next to it, not necessarily conceived with parks or playgrounds nearby. This was pretty much the norm at the time. But William Bancroft had heard of a town in England called Bournville. Today, it is one of the most popular communities to live on in the country. It was created by the Cadbury chocolate family. And today, you can buy Bournville dark chocolate on Amazon. You might want to take a look, it's different. But Bourneville was an effort for them, Cadbury, to get out of the city. They had outgrown all available space. They wanted to move to the country, acquired land, laid out streets, had playgrounds, parks, churches, community centers, and even more of a separate cottage approach to the housing as opposed to apartments. Very well known. It inspired a lot of communities throughout London. And William Bancroft heard about it. He went back to England to visit his daughters and did a sabbatical, if you will, liked what he saw and wanted to come back and use this model for the flats. The only challenge was the land available to him here in Wilmington was constrained by an existing street system, not nearly as big, not the countryside, but he did his best. And so what we have is a view of the flats taken from, it was actually the Littlest Sisters of the Poor building that once existed there. And there's a lot here that's being told in this particular photograph. I'm going to blow it up just a little bit. So you could get a 4-room to 8-room flat, if you will. The streets were tree-lined. They featured gas lighting. Eventually, electricity was brought into the neighborhood. Rents were $15 to $30 a month in 1922. Put that in context. That was less than half of all rental rates in the city of Wilmington at the time, and they offered far more amenities. You have your own indoor bathroom, your own indoor toilet and bathtub. You have a sink in the kitchen, and you also have central heating. The photographer knew who he was doing this photograph for, because if you look on the horizon, anybody recognize that structure? Rockford Tower. And so right here, just over the ridge, would have been William Bancroft's home. You see the difference in architecture from what you're normally used to. We call it disrupted roof lines, just to add some character. Some of the units have front porches. In 1 or 2 cases, a family may live above another family, a new concept for Wilmington in 1910. Those with the 8-room houses on the end have bay windows. And I'm going to go in just a little bit farther. Let's see if I can do this. Being stubborn. Do you see the laundry up on the roof deck? Yeah. Right there. So if you own the 8-room house, you also had your own little private roof deck there for hanging laundry. And some other interesting features here. We see a milk wagon in the foreground. And you see another wagon. It's less obvious what it's delivering. It's bringing coal. And that coal was delivered through a window right here in the porch. The window, in fact, is laying against the steps. And you see the delivery person standing on the porch, presumably letting the tenant know that the delivery is there, and that invoice is going to go to the Woodlawn company, who will now include the heat in their rent. So another benefit of living in the flats. Backyards were an innovation as well. This great photo from Hagley shows us that all the units had a common service alley in the back, so trash could be out back, not in front of the house. Nice little touch. Each unit had its own private stairway entrance. You could have a backyard, whether it's to hang your laundry, grow vegetables, grow flowers. So, wonderful idea for the time. Again, new for the city. The flats is being renovated. In fact, reinventing is a better word for it. It was recognized after 100 years that there were challenges to remaining affordable. Coal power gave way to electric heat. Coal is not something that we use for heating anymore. Electric heat was the easiest one to retrofit into the flats. It's quite expensive, as you know, when you use it as the sole source. The buildings were becoming dated. Those innovative designs had changed. And so This is a 10 to 15-year project. It's being supported by Delaware State Housing Authority. That money doesn't come to you in one big amount. They have rules on how it can be distributed, so it's taking a while to do the flats in phases. But we're well through it. And one condition of that state funding is that one of those blocks does need to be preserved, at least the facades and the architecture. The others are being completely redone from the ground up. And another condition of that is that Woodlawn was asked to preserve brick, preserve some of the wire pin fencing that was there, and also document and storyboards around the community the history of the flats and that architecture. So when you go outside, you'll see mounted on the wall, those are our designs. We've been working on these a year now. That will appear in different areas around the flats. So the new design, radically different, but it still has an homage, if you will, to the original architecture. Brick is still in use. But electric heat is given way to heat pumps. You have more than one bathroom in a unit now. Internet. And more important, unfortunately, those backyards had to give away to off-street parking because people have cars now. So it's now parking spaces, but you also have dishwashers, microwave ovens. So the flats is changing very dramatically to be affordable for the next 100 years. So as Woodlawn took shape, the Flats project was underway. William Bancroft was looking beyond just the city of Wilmington because he knew it would eventually grow. And in 1919, he reorganized the Woodlawn Company to the Woodlawn Trustees. And shortly after that, he was looking at the lands above the Brandywine River, specifically the river to the Concord Pike, from about Allapocas up into Thompson's Bridge Road and Beaver Valley. And so he wanted to address the farmers in the area. He did so in Tallyville, Delaware, at a little building called their Grange. And he gave a presentation that lives on through the letter books that Stephanie and I have gone through. And I've just excerpted a couple of passages that are pretty prophetic. This was 1909. Imagine him presenting to a small group of farmers. It would have been more than 10 or 15. And he's telling them, it's been a hobby or a concern with me for more than 26 years to endeavor to get parkland for the advantage of the people of Wilmington and its vicinity. For many years, I've been saying that I wished someone would gather up the land along the Brandywine and Rockland, hold it for the future of Wilmington, a future with hundreds of thousands of people. The person he had wished would buy up the land was Henry Francis DuPont, who owned Winterthur, roughly a 1,000-acre farm. But Henry operated as a farm, and in a practical sense, it made no sense for him to go across the Brandywine because there was no easy way to get his cattle across there for grazing. And so with that in mind, William started acquiring lands. All in all, he bought about 20 to 30 farms. It wasn't a huge number. And by 1912, he had acquired 1,300 acres. 10 years later, Woodlawn would own 1,900 acres, again, north of the Brandywine River. And you might ask, well, was that fair? Was that a good thing for the farmers? And recall, there were two things they were facing. Number one was the Great Depression. And so many of these farms were having a very difficult time just making ends meet due to reduced demand for primarily dairy products that they sold. And dairy was the other challenge because the U.S. government had finally recognized there needed to be some standards and some reforms in how little businesses made milk, made butter, to ensure it was bacteria-free, that it was stored in a bacteria-free environment. And many of these farms simply did not have the resources to make the reinvestment, particularly with the problems of the Depression. So William Bancroft's offer in many cases was a lifeline to many of these farmers. When William was acquiring the land, he worked with a gentleman by the name of Charles Levitt, a landscape designer, to give him a grand plan for what might happen in the Brandywine Hundred lands. This is how it had looked in 1946, and let me just kind of get you oriented. Here's the Brandywine River. This is the Rockland Mills he had mentioned. You may know it's just down the road from Crazy Cats and the Inn in Mont Shannon. It's a bridge over the Brandywine there. This is Thompson's Bridge Road, and now we're up into Beaver Valley. On the bottom is the Concord Pike. This is 1946. Suburbanization is starting to explode. People are leaving the cities, moving to the suburbs. The neighborhoods of Deerhurst, Fairfax, McDaniel Crest, McDaniel Heights have all developed, all in a very grid-like structure, very familiar. And so you see this more British idea in their master plan of lots of curved boulevards, if you will. And what's also interesting to note is at least that plan was taking housing right back down to the river. Admittedly in a thoughtful, developed way, but nonetheless, it was going to be heavily developed. And in fact, the only areas that, although we've kept as parkland, if you've walked this, you know, there are steep granite cliffs that drop off that are not practical for development. So that was the view, 1946. I want to take you forward to the view of about 2000. It looks considerably different. So I would say thank you to the trustees over that period of time who recognized that maybe it should not all become housing developments. And so considerable land was left for parks. You do have neighborhoods like Woodbrook near the DuPont Country Club where parkland was kept. Sharpley neighborhood, I happen to live right about here, so it's nice to have parks close by. Tavistock, Eden Ridge, Village of Rocky Run. But in the 1960s and then through the 70s and 80s, Brandywine Park System started to formally develop. There are people in this room who are very much a part of that, and I thank you for the efforts to make this happen. Woodlawn maintained large sections of land as its preserve, and the question was always, what would happen to that? Would it become those neighborhoods eventually? But fortunately, in 2013, President Obama created the first national park here in the state of Delaware. It's actually a collection of parks up and down the state, but the crown jewel of the biggest property are the 1,100 acres that came for the Woodlawn Trustees. And although not here on it, covers much of this land. And there are other little subtle things here on this, if I can blow it up a little bit, that would become part of the ongoing mission of the Woodlawn Trustees. I don't know how many of you shop at Kohl's. It was built as a Clover. That was developed by Woodlawn. I don't know if you go to the YMCA. That land was purchased from Woodlawn. Behind it, Siegel Jewish Community Center, 32 acres, acquired from Woodlawn. The Pilot School in North Wilmington, likewise from Woodlawn. DuPont School, no longer there, but from Woodlawn. St. Mary Magdalene Church School, acquired from Woodlawn. First Baptist, Brandywine Baptist Church, acquired from Woodlawn. This was William's vision: community centers, places of worship, places to shop, to support the developments that were created. So again, how does one do this in an ongoing fashion and not sell all of the land that you have to fund the future? And so sale, but more importantly, land leases to things like a corporate center, shopping centers, are an important part of a cash stream to help Woodlawn continue to move forward. But the pendulum has swung away from the 20th century focus on the Brandywine lands back to the city. We saw that with the rebuild of the flats, and now with acquiring and building homes on the east side of Wilmington where there's a desperate need. And Rich is going to talk more about that a little bit later. So thank you for coming, or coming back, I might say. I do want to acknowledge Sophie. It's been wonderful to work for her. I knew nothing about art. I've learned a great deal from this project. Rachel D'Alterio, the librarian here, helped lay out those display cases. She and our fellow graduate students from Museum Studies program. My friends at Hagley, who also helped curate the collection on their end. To Rich and Donna Gooden, Vice President, who now for 3 years now provided me some wonderful history projects to work on. So thank you to everyone. And I will entertain questions, but if you want to snap this QR code, my presentation is up on my website. So if there's something you saw, one of those aerial images you want to go back and revisit, this is an easy way to do it. You'll also find your way to the Miss America books. So grab that and enjoy it later or tonight. I'll take questions. Thanks. Yeah, oh, sorry. Well, I have stage lights here, so I couldn't see your hand. Yes.
So I love that you brought in geography, because it often isn't brought in. But the one thing I would just add, not so much a question, but a comment, is the fall line and the role of the coastal plain. Because you brought in the mills a lot of mills preceding Bancroft on the Brandywine. But one of the advantages was you had below the fall line, which is at Market Street, you had transportation that could pick up the ships coming up with the tide. And also a number, J. Morton Poole, for example, moved his machine shop from the Bancroft Mills over to the Christina after a flood. So the Christina became a really important transportation and industrial center, kind of working in tandem with the Brandywine. And it made Wilmington a really good place to settle in general. And a lot of the major cities, like Philadelphia and Baltimore, also had that coastal plain river and Piedmont River. But it made Wilmington an excellent place for not only Quakers, but also other industrialists to come and do milling because of transportation and power.
Exactly right. And that's what I was saying. William Bancroft would go to market on weekends, and the industry he was seeing was there on the Christina, the boat building, leather tanneries, a lot of rail car building that happened there. Actually started there, then the flour mills along Market Street, and then further upstream was, yes. And that significant drop-off in the Brandywine, strong water power. That's why Eleuthère DuPont put his black powder mills where he did at Hagley. Other questions? Yes, here.
When Bancroft built the affordable housing flats back in 1910 or 20 or whenever it was, what was his economic model at that point? How much was he subsidizing? What really was the economic model?
So Woodlawn Trustees was subsidizing 100% of the creation. He employed an architect from here in Wilmington, and they were kind of doing it on the run. Literally, William Bancroft is looking at blueprints of relatively simple housing that provide certain features, hoping that it could be built affordably and then maintained affordably, because the intent was Woodlawn would build them, maintain them, the tenant just paid a rent, didn't need to be concerned about anything else. And so, and the hope was to make a profit so that the securities in Woodlawn Trustees were then donated to area nonprofits who presumably would get dividends from the profits of renting the flats and then other businesses they were doing. So
Did that work out?
it did, on the edge, yes, it did. I mean, and they learned as they built. The first group, they worked really hard and got smarter as they built through the 1930s. But yeah, all funded by William.
I'm curious about the relationship between Bancroft's
munitions.
But the DuPonts did.
Yeah.
And they have subsequently became a much larger company.
So in a social sense, they were very, very different families, there's no question. Steffi touched on that. Bancrofts continue to be a very strong society of friends, and with that, their beliefs. DuPont family and the Bancrofts coexisted. That's the best way to put it. And just getting the parkland for Rockford was a challenge. It took many, many years for them to negotiate, quite honestly. But in the end, DuPont family recognized the public responsibility that doing parks was a good thing. But yes, it was an open contention, but they didn't socialize together for obvious reasons. Yes.
So I'm curious of the processes they used in their dye and their finishing, and how safe environmentally were they? Because I know I worked on something that had to do with the DuPont problem, the pool, the dye, and all of that. So I know people didn't know much back then, because it took a long time to, rear its ugly head. But how environmentally safe were the processes?
So they were not. I mean, that's the short answer, quite honestly. We know that. I mean, my first business with DuPont Company was an engineer in making dyes, quite honestly, in an antiquated plant. But and this same thing with the Delaware River in Philadelphia, same thing with the Charles River in Boston. I mean, they all experienced. The running joke used to be, what color is the river going to be today? So, and again, they should have moved south. They did not. And if they didn't have to sell in 1962, when the EPA was formed in 1972, they would have been changed forever. So, yeah. Yes.
I remember hearing a story that William would make a bid on a piece of property for parkland in the city and then offer it to the city if they would buy another piece of property elsewhere. Is that true?
It is true. Steph? Yep. Yeah. It was often an incentive. I mean, that's what they had to do sometimes to get things moving. Other questions? Okay.
What happened to the factory buildings? You mentioned that some of the factory buildings became housing, but from your picture, there was massive buildings. So did they end up with just a bunch of empty buildings, or what happened?
Yep. I've had other versions of this presentation where I had more opportunity to just talk about the mills. And so just here's an indication of what it looked like. Here's that iconic smokestack, 2017. There was a very bad fire there. It was like New Year's Eve, I want to say, maybe 2018, 19.
Day that night.
Okay.
We thought there were riots going on in the city with all those helicopters flying.
And the buildings had become so congested, there wasn't even access for the modern fire equipment, which had gotten larger, to even be able to get in and fight the fires properly. So what did it look like 2 years later? I mean, it was starting to come down, no question. And today, that's a more conventional view. There are townhouses down there as well as condominiums. So, yes.
44 and 49 Bancroft are the original buildings, and people still live in them.
Okay,
We live in 49.
good to know. I'm going to say, how are we on time, Rich? One last question in the back.
Okay, one question I have is, would the Woodlawn flats have been racially segregated in the early days?
They were not, and that would become a very significant controversy for Woodlawn, quite honestly, in 1972. And it was the processes, flats as well as East Side housing, in how renters were selected. And so part of the end result was an agreement with Delaware Human Resources Commission, who investigated it. Woodlawn made changes. In fact, they brought a family member over from England to be board chair to change how things were done. So Yes, very different today than it had been.
Just one follow-up on that. When I moved to Sharpley, and I was a little girl in 1960, there was a big sign on the Concord pipe that said, Woodlawn Trustees, and it said, restricted housing neighborhood. My mom marched around with another neighbor with a clipboard to get the people in Sharpley to change that ruling. And eventually, they did. But when we first moved in, it was restricted neighborhood, 1960.
Good to know. Those times have changed, clearly, and even the storyboards for the flats that are outside now, they're going to be, you're seeing the English faces, the backside of them are Spanish, recognizing it's a much different demographic in the flats today, and so we're going to be able to tell the story in different languages. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gene. As you can see, his knowledge of the Bancrofts and Woodlawn is just extensive, and it's always a treat to work with him. We are now going to take a break before the panel, so we're just a little bit behind, so why don't we say take a coffee break till 11:20, and then Molly will be back here with the panel, and it'll take us to lunchtime. So please enjoy some refreshments, and we'll start back up at 11:20. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started. Thank you. Thank you. I want to first thank Jean and Stephanie for their remarkable presentations, and I know we have a lot to talk about. I personally learned so much. But I'd like to transition us from thinking about the past, all that wonderful history about the Bancroft legacy, to thinking about the future and how many philanthropists, community members are trying to invest in the future of our community. So I'd first like to introduce our four panelists today. Marilyn Hayward, seated next to me, is a philanthropist who formerly worked in the financial services industry and management consulting, where she worked primarily with nonprofits and strategic planning and board development. She has many board roles. I will try to list all of them. No, don't. I'll just say Tatnall, Delaware Theater Company, Delaware Community Foundation, Mount Cuba Center, among many others. And she has raised her family to be committed to community service. So thank you, Marilyn, for joining us today. Seated next to Marilyn is Matt Silva. He is the Executive and Artistic Director of the Delaware Theater Company, and he has been at the organization since October 2018. He's been leading community-based theater companies for the last 9 years and is a fervent believer that the communal values of theater and how and why it's made have the power to change lives. And we're excited to have Matt to share an institutional perspective. Next to Matt is Jessica Ball, the Director of the Delaware Division of the Arts, where she oversees all aspects of managing the state agency committed to supporting the arts and cultivating creativity in Delaware. Before DDOA, Jessica was the Executive Director of the Delaware Arts Alliance, where she developed sector-wide strategies to advance arts and culture. She has worked within the cultural community and civic leaders on policy and funding initiatives to ensure the creative sector is vibrant. Jessica graduated from the University of Pennsylvania School of Design with a dual master's degree in historic preservation and landscape architecture regional planning. She is also a very talented artisan. Thank you, Jessica, for joining us. And lastly, Mike Bontrager has spent his career starting and operating purpose-driven for-profit and nonprofit organizations. In 1991, he founded Chatham Financial and built it into the largest global independent financial derivatives advisory services and technology firm, firmly placing trust in the middle of corporate strategy. In 2019, he retired from Chatham and founded Square Roots Collective to partner with both for-profit and nonprofit community ventures to pursue a community where everybody has the opportunity to thrive. Let's take a moment and welcome our panelists. So as I said earlier, we've spent the morning learning about history, but I'd love to hear from each of you. What are your current philanthropic priorities or your vision? It looks like Matt is handing it to you, Marilyn.
Is this on? Is this on?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? I guess I've never really thought about having a philanthropic vision. In fact, I was sort of freaked out when I looked at the program and saw that I was listed as a philanthropist, because I've always just sort of assumed that one was supposed to do and give back to the community. So it's just so natural that I never really thought of myself any other way. Currently, I think the areas that I focus most of my attention on are horticulture, land conservation, that's the Mount Cuba Center piece, and the arts, because I believe very deeply that you can't have a thriving community unless you have a thriving arts community. And I think there's no better way to build community than to bring people together for a shared experience, whether it is a musical performance or a theatrical performance, or just everybody in the same room looking at a piece of sculpture or a painting. So I guess that's where my thinking is these days. And of course, education, because if it weren't for education and scholarships, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Thinking about it from an organizational perspective with Delaware Theater Company, some of the philanthropic strategies we're starting to think about are how we can, and what people are getting excited about, is how we can partner with other organizations within the community. Because there's so many organizations, and so the need is growing, and there's less dollars as you know, corporations are having things cut, and people are focused on health and human services, and rightfully so. And so if we can start to put together some really meaningful and intentional strategies around how we can work together as arts organizations and start to thread our relationships together, I think it makes it more attractive to philanthropists. And also we're really impacting the community more deeply when we do that. So that's sort of what we're thinking on a broad level right now.
So, as the director of a public agency that's dedicated to the arts, my philanthropic focus is obviously arts, culture, creativity, design, you know, in a very broad sense. You know, I take being a steward of public dollars very seriously, so as does everyone at the agency. So our goal is to always be in touch with the community, to have an ever relevant understanding of what the community needs through arts and culture, and helping as many Delawareans have access to arts and culture experiences as is possible.
Thank you. When Molly asked me to be on this panel, I said, I don't think I really fit. I don't see myself as a philanthropist, as my organization is that way. But when she told me about the Bancrofts, and I started digging in, and I just was like, wow, what an inspiring story. And Stephanie and Jean, that was so inspiring to kind of hear what was going on. And the thing that really captured my interest and attention, and that's really what Square Roots Collective is trying to do, is saying, how do we actually think about a community holistically? You know, what does it take holistically for a community to thrive? Square Roots Collective, which is based up in Kennett Square, we're focused on Kennett Square areas, southern Chester County into Delaware. And we're just kind of asking the question, what does it take for a community to thrive for everyone? And, you know, we say everybody wants two things, right? You want a community where people want to live. And you want a community where a diverse group of people can afford to live. Those are the two things you want. And we're good at the first, and unfortunately we have a lot of places in the second, but there's not that many communities that really are cracking the code to say, how do you do both of those things? And that's really kind of the experimental mission in a way that we're on. We don't know how to do it, but looking at the legacy of the Bancrofts, I mean, you know, here's somebody who's saying open space, nature, is preserving that is so important. But you know what? So is housing.
So is affordability of housing. So is making a community so that everybody can thrive. Because if we just preserve everything, yeah, it makes a great neighborhood, but only a few can really afford to be there. So the question really is, how do you do that? Square Roots, just very quickly, we have several nonprofits that we have started. We have a trails organization. We have another organization called Voices Underground, which is moving toward memorialization of the Underground Railroad in the Brandywine Valley. We have a couple of for-profit organizations. Probably the best known is the Creamery Beer Garden in Kennett Square, which is our for-profit. And the profits from that end up funding the nonprofits. So again, inspired by the Bancrofts and Woodlawn of seeing this, how do you create a cycle? So even though we have these tangible nonprofits and for-profits, it's really kind of the theory of saying, how do you do that sustainably? So that's kind of the experiment that we're working on.
Thanks, Mike. And why don't you hang on to that microphone, and I'll ask you the next question, which you sort of already segued into, but you didn't know much about the Bancroft legacy, even though you're just a few miles up the road. We're trying to keep this panel forward-looking, but if you could just reflect on why is it so important for leaders that are investing in different spaces? You touched on housing, open space, of course, Matt and Jessica and I represent arts and culture. Why is it important for all of us to come together and have conversations about investing in a legacy for our future generations? I know I feel very stuck in my silo of just the visual arts sometimes. Why is that important?
Well, I think one of our theories of change, at least this is the working theory, is that a community has the best shot of doing this when your nonprofit leaders and even your for-profit leaders start to say, community thriving trumps my individual goals. I'm not from a nonprofit background, which means, and I've been a little bit stunned at how so many in the nonprofit community are focused just on their area and aren't, as you know, Matt, you were talking about, how do you get together with other groups? I mean, you're in the arts area, and it's you were talking about the arts collective. How do you collectivize? How do you start saying, you know what, we want arts to thrive more than we want my individual organization to thrive? And that's sort of been the mind shift, I think, that we feel like has to happen in order for a community to thrive. I'll just give the one example is that, you know, I think the Bancrofts show it so beautifully. You know, we spend millions of dollars on preserving open space in Chester County, Delaware, millions of dollars, and it's money well spent, right? We also spend millions of dollars on affordable housing. And if you think about it, those are, one says less housing density, the other says more housing density, and we're spending millions of dollars. And the question is, are the leaders of those two sectors, are they talking? Because if we want to preserve that open space, don't we need to, I don't know, change our zoning, change our codes? How do we actually think about making housing more affordable if we're going to take so much housing potential out of the market? So I really believe that it is when we come together, when we start to say, how do we problem solve the community's problems or my sector's problems, not just my individual organizational problem? That is going to be the switch that makes it happen.
Thanks.
You know, I think that as individuals, we're multifaceted, and the same goes for the communities that we live in. We all have multiple interests and needs, and so I think when looking at community impact, we have to consider as funders and people working across different sectors that, you know, it's easy to get into a silo, but we can be so much more effective when we are breaking out of that. I think there's been a lot of progress in the arts and culture sector when it comes to understanding that you know, the arts should be partnering with folks working in the health space, in the mental health space. You know, we should be partnering with folks working in housing, you know, folks working in planning public spaces. that the arts don't only need to exist in museums here or in theaters, but they can be out in every aspect of our public lives. And so for me as a government official, the way I've been thinking about that and looking at that over the last couple of years is how can I get my other counterparts, my other directors in government thinking about instituting arts programming and arts funding in their respective departments. So, working with health and social service agencies, working with housing agencies, making sure that folks all across different aspects of government are thinking about the arts as a tool, as a way to reach communities and as a way to serve constituents.
Thanks. The way that we're sort of thinking about it too, I think something that Mike said is really, really true, which is that it's not about, as artistic or executive director, what I love artistically that drives the company. And I think that's how the regional theater model was sort of built from the 60s through the early 2000s, is that there was one person leading and I like this type of play and we're gonna do that kind of play. And this individual funder really likes this specific thing and they're gonna give us money to do it, so we'll do it. And so you're sort of always chasing the dollar of that content. And I think now the idea, and something that Molly actually said to me when I first met her at our first meeting, Molly said to me that we are only temporary stewards of these organizations. And that has really stuck with me in the sense that it's much more than about anyone in that organization. It's about what we're doing and thinking for the future. So when you start to think about content, like sure, everyone wants to see Mary Poppins or like Wicked or something like that, sure. But what is our responsibility thinking forward about programming, about how we partner with Reach Riverside maybe, about telling a story about that, about that. Maybe with the Bancrofts, right? Some research about something that's, how do we start to write a play about this? How do we include the community in the process of creating storytelling? And so I think through the collaboration and the sort of communal storytelling aspect is something that people can get excited about and will drive some dollars.
I think the need for corporate, public-private partnerships has never been greater. As somebody who's been around for a while, I can remember some really brilliant public-private partnerships in this part of the world some time ago when the CEOs of the big companies worked with the government and with private foundations to do a number of things, such as the community services building, which had been, I think, an old DuPont building. And what they did was they bought the land, they built the parking garage, which gave them the money to fund the community services building. And I'm sure that some of the people here in this audience today probably, have offices in that building. That was a classic example of the private foundations, the corporate community, and the government working together to do something that was really significant for the community. And I think we mustn't lose sight of that kind of leadership. Frankly, I'm not sure we have that kind of corporate, government, nonprofit leadership coalition that we have had at some magical times in the past. They've been fleeting, and it's really, really hard work. I can remember being involved in some efforts just to get the various arts organizations to talk to each other. And what the egos involved were astounding. And
before my time, just putting that out there.
Yes, it was before her
Matt's
time and your time. It was before any of these folks' time. Thank you, Molly, for that. And that sort of thing it's real. We are all humans. But I think in order to do some of the wonderful things that Mike's talking about, or Matt, and you haven't talked about some of the amazing programs that the DTC has done in terms of working with students in prison to help them learn through storytelling, to work with the elderly community, to help them deal with some of their anxieties and depressions that happen when you're older through storytelling. You haven't talked about that, but there's so much that can be done. But I think we all have to swallow our egos from time to time in order to get it done.
Thank you. I've got my fancy lapel mic, so you can hang on to that
okay.
one. A couple points, I think, for our next question. I know that magical time. I've heard a lot about it. It was before my time at the Art Museum. And I think that's where our sector is headed, in the arts at least. Jessica, Matt, and so many other leaders are really advancing into that next innovative phase where we are thinking of not just how do you do wonderful programming. I think the organizations are doing wonderful programming, but how are you structurally advancing things in a new way to serve new communities, come up with new funding paths, preserve opportunities for the future. And I guess my question is, different types of philanthropy are needed for different times. What worked 30 years ago probably won't work again. And perhaps how the Bancrofts structured their innovative, what is now Woodlawn Trustees, might not work again exactly. But what are the innovative philanthropy models that we are seeing today? And Mike, that's why I invited you on the panel, because you have such a model. I'm just wondering if, Mike, you can expand on that, or if any of you have other examples.
Yeah, I think the theme you're hearing, which is how do we integrate, how do we do more than one thing, how do we touch different areas, how do you use theater to, maybe reach into a disenfranchised group or something like that, which is amazing. Some of the things that we never anticipated, but as we get deeper into some of our projects, we have ideas that are these crossovers. One that Molly's actually helping us with now. We bought this old, ugly 14-room motel. It was a 70s style motel. It was right down the street from the creamery. And it's one of those, I guess you'd call them the no-tell motels. Anyway, so it had been abandoned. We bought it and we're, what do we do with this thing? We do need some hotel rooms in Kennett. And so what we're doing is we're turning it into a 14-room hotel where we've curated 14 artists, and we're essentially giving them the room as their canvas. And it's really an arts hotel. It's called Artello. We hope to be open this summer. In some ways, we're like, we have no idea if this is going to work. But because, again, it's part of this collective, Square Roots Collective, where we've got both for-profit and nonprofit, we can experiment on these kind of things. Because we do think it's going to take experimental capital to kind of say, where do these blend? We think that will elevate in our town kind of the arts, and it will be, we believe, sort of an innovative thing that will get the attention of people around. It'll raise the arts community in our town. Plus, we hope it will be profitable. So, I mean, those are the kind of things that we're looking at. We also found out the creamery, the beer garden that we operate, we have just had so many opportunities to start engaging different populations within the Kennett community. I think, as you know, Kennett has a large Hispanic population, and people talk about two Kennetts. I tell you, we have really worked hard, whether it's salsa bands, bringing in salsa dancing, and we just had a Three Kings celebration where we actually had camels. But that was, I think, that night we looked and said, this is the most integrated Kennett has ever been, was at the creamery, where there was probably, I don't know, close to 1,000 people there. So, I mean, you see things, most people are like, oh, you just have a restaurant, you have a beer garden. And we're like, nah, yeah, that's what it looks like. But actually, it's a platform to be able to integrate all these different things. And I think that's really the model is saying, how do you use the platform that you've got to partner with somebody else so that you've helped their mission and they've helped your mission? It's where you're both being able to win.
I was just thinking of another example. A few years ago, Mount Cuba partnered with the state of Delaware to reclaim some land that flooded regularly, in housing, and people would have to move out of their houses. And there was some thought, well, maybe we should just move all the people out and tear down the houses. But working with John Flynn was with the city at that point, and he was sort of the point person on this project. The swampy land that was near that housing development over by the ShopRite on the other side of the river. And we worked with the state and with the conservation community to reclaim that swampland so that it is now a usable public space. There are bike trails, and the people who live in the housing development can walk to the supermarket now. They couldn't do that before. And the flooding has been mitigated, and in addition to saving the housing, it has created a wonderful public space for the people who live in that part of Wilmington. And I think it's a wonderful example of a government sort of nonprofit collaboration. It takes a little creativity, and it takes somebody willing to take the lead and to say, this is what we're going to do.
Jessica, I thought you might want to talk about the Arts Incubator.
So when I before I started at DDOA, we were, in the midst of the pandemic, and something that I was hearing a lot from arts and culture organizations across the state is that, they didn't feel like they had the time, space, or resources to try innovative new things, try out new partnerships. You sometimes have a little more latitude to do that in a for-profit business, but we were hearing that it's difficult for organizations to take that leap. And so the state of Delaware created the Arts Equity and Innovation Incubator, and it's it's a first of its kind model in the nation where a state arts agency is helping organizations come up with a theory of change, come up with a way to innovate, test, iterate, have the time, space, and money to perhaps fail and then iterate again. In the nonprofit sector, that's not a luxury that everyone has, but I think that process is important for true innovation and true change. So it's something that we've been piloting for the last couple of years. Both the museum and the theater company have been participants in the Innovator pilot, and I think as public funders, the thought of giving someone funds that might lead to a failure is scary, but I think overall it's the kind of push and change and leap that we can take with folks that are trusted nonprofit leaders in the community. So
I think Mike.
I just want to emphasize what you said. I mean, that is really great, because any of you who are involved with foundations or allocating that, I would just encourage you to allocate a portion of your foundation for experimental capital, because, the whole for-profit side, we have venture funds, we have people are looking and saying, how do you venture? And you're absolutely right that the greatest innovations are going to happen on where people are okay if you've taken a risk and you fail. And we failed. We shut things down. Didn't work. Okay, let's move on. But on the other hand, we have found some of the things that we've experimented with have just led to so many dividends that we're like, wow, we just did not even see that coming. So, I mean, I would encourage, we need the experimental capital.
And if I could just share how the museum used those incubator funds. So we were the first cohort to go through it back in 2022, I think. And we had a couple of programs we'd long wanted to pilot, but again, to Mike's point, we didn't have the ability to invest in money to perhaps fail. They were really bold, challenging projects. The first is about public art. I mean, public art is really important to us as an institution. We have the state's only outdoor sculpture park. We believe strongly, I believe personally strongly, that access to public art is an important public good that builds communities, builds trust, does all the things we were talking about, creating a place where people want to be. And we do have a lot of public art in Wilmington, nothing like you see in our city, Philadelphia, up the street. A lot of it was crumbling. A lot of it had been created in the 80s and 90s and had not been conserved since. It was rusting. There was no documentation. Nobody even knew the names of the artists that created these objects. So part of the incubator funding that we took was to pilot a program that we just completed called Public Art Stewards, where under the guidance of a professional conservator, we hired individuals to be trained in workforce development skills to document, assess, and begin the conservation process of the public art. What we really want to do is pave a pathway to invest for new public art. This was just stabilizing the assets we have, and we are beginning to do that, and I want to thank Newcastle County Councilwoman Dee Durham, who I think is still here somewhere. Dee. So after we were in the midst of piloting that, I talked to Dee, and she was just able to pass through City Council. Dee, can you remind me the official name of the council, the commission? Oh, it's simpler than I thought. Newcastle County Public Arts Commission. Thought it was fancier than that. So we just got that passed a few weeks ago, and that's starting. And again, it's starting small, looking at how we can incorporate public art into county-based development, but we're beginning to talk to developers. We've had a lot of meetings with big developers in the county. And our goal is several-fold from the museum's perspective: stabilize and support the public art in our city, add new public art, expand out into the county, partner with corporations, developers, and communities. So that's one thing that we just tested. A lot of it worked, a lot of it didn't. So we're working on the next iteration. And the other thing we tested was something called building new narratives, which was bringing people together for an intensive, immersive, week-long workshop at the museum to be able to not just tell their own story, but make meaningful community change through the power of art. So our long-term intent, if you envision somebody who might work at a public health agency, they're trying to get that message out. They're trying to get people vaccinated. What are other ways you can convince people besides just telling them again and again? Is it hiring an artist for a public art campaign?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll leave it there. I could talk about that one all day. But that we've never had the luxury of experimenting in such a way and knowing that if we failed, and my staff kept saying, this result wasn't what we wanted. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I'm like, it's okay. That's the point of the program. So it's been transformative for us. So I'll stop talking now.
And I'll just briefly add, we were so lucky to be a part of it as well, and it was wonderful. Another piece of it that Jessica and the agency put into place that we didn't talk about a little bit is that not only did they give us the money to execute on these programs, they also paid 3 high-level consultants to consult with us for 8 months. And so we had teams put together of leadership in the organizations, and we had access to these consultants for 9 months. And then we had to make the pitch, and then we were given the money to actually execute on them. So that's another important piece, is that oftentimes in organizations like most arts organizations, you can't afford those consultants for any length of time. And so that research and development and planning phases and discovery phases were absolutely instrumental in the process as well. So we should brag and thank Jessica.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my goodness, there's so much left to talk about. This is a really general, broad question, but I'll ask it anyway. So just reflecting on the impact the Bancroft family has made, and I live right near Rockford Park. I enjoy these amenities every single day, including the Art Museum, of course. There's so much basic need happening in our community. There's so much that we are asked to participate in and support. What are the critical issues that you all think we should be focusing on today? Super broad. Answer that however you see fit.
There we go. I'll come back. It's hitting the same theme, but I think the big issue is collaboration. And what I think we've learned is generally collaboration happens through working on something tangible together. We've tried in our area, we've tried several kind of collective impact type of initiatives, if you're acquainted with collective impact. But we've tried several of those, and they haven't worked. Where we've really been able to pull people together is where we are working on something tangible and then just really demonstrate to partners and build the trust with partners and then bring in other partners, building trust with those partners. But it's a slow thing. But we feel like that's the most transformational thing that's going to make a lasting impact on a community for generations to come. It's really that building the trust within the organizations, trust of each other.
I agree that collaboration is key. I think when it comes to what to focus on, from my perspective, I don't want to decide that. I want to be in constant contact with the communities that we serve. I want to build trust with them so that they understand that they are able to communicate with us about what their needs are. I think for me, it's very important to be a responsive government, and I think what a community needs at any given moment is up to that community. And so for me, it's not me dictating what's important or what we should focus on, but me establishing those relationships and establishing the trust so that we always kind of have our finger on the pulse and are responding to what Delawareans and the communities within Delaware need.
I think for me, it's really the onus is on organizational leaders now to deepen the relationship with funders. So I think in previous days, it was sort of like, hey, we've got this idea. Here are the metrics for it. Thanks for your $25,000. We'll hit you up next year. And I think, pardon me, the most successful and rewarding partnerships are when the organization, the leadership of the organizations are really communicating with funders, whether they be government, corporation, foundation, whatever it may be, that really keeping progress and having a thought partner. So not just, hey, here's the money to execute the program, but how can we really continue to be in communication, collaboration, and conversation with one another to make sure we're having an impact? And that work is hard because we have staffs that we have to manage, and we know all this, but so that work, I think, is more important now than ever, and it takes time and effort, and it takes time outside of your physical building with staffs and executing things, but that's the type of work, and collaboration is the thing we all keep saying, that I think is really going to make an impact, and that we need as organizations. The things that you've been through, that you've lived through and that you've seen business-wise can really help us. And so that's really important, I think, moving forward.
I think there are a couple of things. I think the biggest overarching issue that we all have to face is the notion that we need to focus on building a sense of community. At this point in our lives, and I think that COVID really exacerbated this situation, it's so much easier to sit home and in front of your in front of your phone or your computer screen, and you have the whole world at your fingertips, just right in front of your very eyes. And as a result, I think we have all become more isolated. It's a lot easier to stay home and sort of live vicariously through far away while you're wearing your bunny slippers. And I think that is a real issue that we need to face square on. We need to be doing things that will build a sense of community. And then as a part of that, I think we all need to take a look at in the mirror and say, what can I do? How can I get involved? It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a lot of money and be able to give that $25,000 to the theater company for an incubator program. Every single person in this room can do things to give back. And I expect that because you're here, you're probably already doing that. But to encourage others, to encourage your children, your grandchildren, that they have a responsibility. Those of us who are here today, we probably are luckier than a lot of other people in this world. I mean, just look around. And therefore, I think we all have a greater responsibility to give back to the community and to not be shy about it. I've come to realize, and this has been a hard journey for me, my favorite listing on any program was always anonymous. And over the last few years, I think I've come to understand that sometimes it's very important to step up and say, yes, I'm doing this. I'm putting my name on the line, so I'd like for you to put your name on the line too. And so I make that challenge to everybody in this room. It's time for all of us to step up.
I'm not sure we can follow that. I think that might be where we have to end. Because, thank you, Marilyn. One of the reasons I wanted to host this panel was because the Bancrofts, as you heard from Stephanie and Jean, were intentionally quiet in their Quaker way. Of course, very intentional about the contributions they were making. Did not like to take public credit for that. Did not like to talk about that in the community. And that's why it's taken us more than 100 years to have some of these conversations. And having these conversations today, so we can not just be intentional, as all of you are in your contributions, but talk loudly and talk to one another about them, I think is paving the way for the next 100 years of investments. So I'll just ask if there's anything else the panelists would like to share. Matt, Jessica, Mike?
I guess on that last point about speaking up, when the Bancrofts, that was way back before social media. That was way back before things got around. And I grew up in a tiny little town in Lancaster County, half of which the people were Amish. So I grew up Mennonite, and along with the Quakers, very much like you just don't publicize, and that was really our attitude in Square Roots. And what we found out is, especially with social media, people started telling our story. People started saying, oh, this is what you want to do. And from the stories I've heard even about Woodlawn, they experienced some of those, like, do you really know the heart? Do you know the motivation of the people that are behind it and what they're doing? So it's back to what you said, sometimes the anonymous is actually not good. And I'd say for that reason, but the other reason that I find is, I would turn down speaking on things like this because I'm like, we're not looking for publicity, we're not looking for those things. But, I look here and I say, I think there's deals to be done with both of you, and I'm like, wow, okay, all these connections, and I've met a few of you here that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna follow up. This is really a great opportunity because you hear stories and you're like, wow, that resonates. I think we could collaborate. So there is that benefit, I think, of just being open about what you're doing. First of all, you should, be able to tell your own story, but it needs to be authentic. There's a lot of people out there telling inauthentic stories, but if you can tell an authentic story, please tell it. The other thing is, it's, like I said, it really allows you to make great connections.
I think what Marilyn said is really inspiring, because when I think about the Bancroft legacy and really other legacies that allow us in Delaware, a small state, and Wilmington, a small city, to have such amazing cultural institutions, we need to talk openly about what it takes to maintain and steward and frankly propel these institutions forward so that they are here for many generations to come. And, let's face it, that comes down to dollars and cents. That comes down to kind of all of us pulling together and making sure that we're doing our part, so.
Nothing for the group.
Are there any questions before we wrap up? Jan, yeah.
I'm speaking a lot this morning, but I wanted to build on what Matt was saying, because last fall, as he was named the new artistic director, as well as the executive director with Bud Martin's retirement, Matt held a have breakfast with the director event on stage at the Delaware Theater Company, and it was like a Wednesday morning or something, and there were 50 chairs on stage, and
Thanks, Jan. Also a Delaware Art Museum board member. Thank you, Jan.
In the time of the Bancrofts, it seems that a lot of philanthropy was done in a rather paternalistic way. Like, we know what is best for you. And I think part of the richness of today's efforts can be and should be and will be more rich for the diversity that we bring in. And it seems that there's not, when we talk about collaboration, when we talk about bringing people together and networking, a lot of that is not only do you have salsa music at the creamery, but hopefully you've got that salsa community that's adding to the richness of Kennett Square. And ideas are coming from them as well as you saying this is what's best.
Trust me, it was from them.
Oh, yeah. But I think that
It was a
that's,
partner that we had for that.
I just think one of the really exciting things that I see in Wilmington today is how much richer my life is because I do things like Tails and Nails in my neighborhood, which is neighborhood storytelling, or because I have other connections with people that are from a community that I wasn't raised with. And that richness is something that comes with diversity and collaboration. And I think in many parts of the world, in this country with political divisions, there's a real fear. There's real fear that those others may take over and control us. But we need to think it out as an opportunity for richness in our lives.
Yeah, that's a great point. And certainly at the Art Museum, we work hand in hand with our community to develop a lot of our exhibitions and programs. And our longtime supporters and members, they share all the time. My experience is enriched when I am here interacting with different types of people. And I have heard on more than one occasion, through the pandemic especially, and divisions of how people live and work, the Art Museum is one of the last places I go where I interact with a wide number of people that are not in my neighborhood, my church, my work from home orbit. And that's really important. And to Jessica's point, that's why talking openly about supporting these organizations is just critical. I think there was one more question. Oh, I'm sorry, there was David in the back, and then one more.
I grew up around here, but learned a great deal today about the Bancrofts that I never knew. I know almost all of you, and the phrase that kept coming to mind as I listened to today's presentation was, think globally, act locally. And it seems to me that's the greatest legacy for the Bancrofts, and you just made it clear that we're continuing. Thank you.
That's a really great point, a great summary. Thanks so much. And one last question.
Oh, I'm glad David said something because I'd like to make a point. Maybe he can provide some additional information. I know historically, having been in the fundraising field, that Delaware depends an awful lot on our foundation, our corporations. And when you look at where the money comes from, in Delaware, a lot less money comes from individuals. And I was wondering if there has been any change in that, or if that's still the situation. I know people are very generous with time, and private foundations have been very generous along with some of our corporations. But with some of the corporate change in the world, we've had some challenges. So is there any change? Are individuals stepping up more so than they have been?
You are correct. That is still the case in Delaware. I meet with a group of, statewide funders every few months. And this has become a real, I think, topic of discussion. And I know that there are some folks working on starting to look at how we can raise awareness around the importance of individual philanthropy, create a culture of giving amongst Delawareans. I think as a state, we may have slipped in to not a state, but as a group of people living in this area, we have, we maybe take some of these institutions that have been here for so long for granted, and we forget what it takes to keep them going. And so it is still an issue. It's, a pretty prevalent one, and it's something that I think both all, corporate, private foundation and government funders are really starting to look at and meet about and talk about frequently. So.
This is going to start a whole new panel, guys.
I was just going to say that the Delaware Community Foundation is deeply focused on trying to encourage not only, not necessarily corporate entities, but individuals to be more philanthropic and to work with them to help them figure out what makes sense for them. And I think you continue to see more and more and more of that from the DCF. Unfortunately, Stuart Comstock-Gay, who is the CEO there, has COVID. Otherwise, he would have been here today. And he can certainly be far more articulate about community giving and individual philanthropy than I can. But I do think that the DCF, along with many others, is working very hard, because I think that individual philanthropy has dropped off. And there was a generation of people in this community that were very, very, very generous, and they're all dead. And so I think we really have to rethink the way we approach individual philanthropy and also the individuals.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think just one thing to echo and sort of highlight that you said earlier, Marilyn, is that if you look around the room, and I mean, the average age is not 35, 40, 25, 20. And so I think education about philanthropy, it's something that, listen, I'm not rich, but, my parents, so I can, give to my high school, give to my parents sort of raised me with that idea that this is an important thing. And so I think the education of that and the conversation we're having here that Molly's arranged, it has to exist outside of this room, outside of people that are passionate and kind of, supporters of one another and what we're doing. So I think that education is something that can help the path of individual giving.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank our panelists today. Thank you, Marilyn, Matt, Jessica, Mike, if we could give them a round of applause for their time. We're so grateful they rearranged their schedules to be here, and as Marilyn said, we are greatly missing Stuart, so perhaps we can have a follow-up where we can hear from him, because he had some great contributions to share. Just a few points of housekeeping. If you did order and prepay for a lunch, you can head upstairs. There will be somebody with a table checking off names and making sure you get your box lunch. If you did not order lunch, our cafe is open. It might be a bit of a wait. It's been very popular. I'm pleased to say the month of January is the busiest I've ever seen this museum. Lines in the cafe, packed galleries, so you might just have to be a bit patient, but the cafe is open. We are going to reconvene downstairs after an hour-long lunch at 1:15, and Rich is going to kick off his presentation of William Bancroft's vision for the city, a video presentation, and I can assure you he has been working on this drone footage for months, and he is very excited about it. So this is not to be missed. After that, Sophie will be zooming in for her presentation on the Bancroft collection. And then you are all welcome. You have a green wristband, which gets you into the Rossettis. Go see it now. Go see it at the end of the day. And have a wonderful lunch.
There we go. My name is Rich Priswara, and I'm the president and CEO of Woodlawn Trustees, the Todd Morton Foundation, and the Rockford Woodlawn Fund. And I'm going to explain them a little bit later in the presentation. As all of the presenters and panelists talked about what we were going to do today, we realized that we had a common theme that we really wanted to share with everyone. One is the untold story of the Bancrofts. I think Wilmington has missed the boat on understanding the impact of those two brothers. But I think just as importantly is the untold story of philanthropy. The panel was talking about philanthropy and fundraising and how it's working in the community, and there's three things happening in fundraising right now. First is you have individuals like Mike, who is alive and making contributions to organization he wants to support. Marilyn's on the board of organizations she wants to support, and it's ongoing live philanthropy with the people engaged. The next phase of that is, what happens when I'm gone? Do I want my legacy to continue? And you have organizations like the Delaware Community Foundation, who anybody can walk in tomorrow and set up a fund. You can put $15,000 or $500,000 in a fund, and you can support, and continue your legacy and the organization. You can create a scholarship, you can help the Delaware Center for Horticulture, and you can actively be providing philanthropy. There's an interesting trend among larger donors now that are creating foundations and they want them to sunset. And the reasoning is, I have no confidence that the people after me will follow my directions, will follow the mission that I had, will appropriately implement what I want, so this money's alive for 20 years and it all has to be given away and then it's done. I think that's a mistake. And the Bancrofts are the perfect illustration of that. As I walk you through the presentation of what Bancroft started, where it is today, and where it's going, I want you to think about philanthropic scale. He sat down in Wilmington, Delaware, and had a factory, and then thought about how to impact the community. And I want you to watch, and my presentation is all drone footage. I want to give you a sense of the scale of what Bancroft did. So, and I am not a techie, so here we go. There we go. So Bancroft, very famously, in 1919, wrote a letter to the future board members of the Woodlawn Corporation, where he said, I have a vision that ultimately the 202 corridor will be developed and it'll be a commercial avenue between Wilmington and Philadelphia. Very accurate. He also said, I have a concern about the lands along the Brandywine and preserving those for future generations, and if we don't act now, it will be lost. Very visionary in that approach. And then he started thinking about how to do this. So he's a businessman and a Quaker, and he has this massive plant. And the first time I saw this photograph, I thought, GM and Chrysler fit in some of those buildings. It's way bigger. And he has this plant, and he leaves behind not an endowment. I worked in university world for 25 years. I prayed to God everyone would leave an endowment. Bancroft chose not to. He left a business model in true Quaker thinking. Housing is going to create funds which can be used to acquire land, which then can be thoughtfully developed in any way, commercial real estate, housing, affordable housing, or preservation, and that this model would feed itself and keep working. So he didn't leave behind, like Rockefeller's, here's $100 million, and then make it happen that way. He wanted, I think, in Quaker fashion, he wanted people to work for it. So that's what he did. And I want you to retain that term of thoughtful development, because that was very key to his approach and to Woodlawn's continuation. Thoughtful development, and that encompasses everything. So as you look at the flats here, I want you to also realize this is at the edge of Wilmington. He went to, there was nothing beyond that, so he went to where he could get the land and build the housing, and he started this process. And I, frankly, as a risk manager, when Gene showed me this picture and I saw the laundry on the roof of the buildings, I thought there's no way Ellen and I would let that happen today. So he creates the flats, and he has workers living there. And did he sit in his kitchen in 1903 and say, I think I'm going to do this to last 100 years? I don't think he had a framework like that. I think his framework was more in his lifetime, like most philanthropists. I'm going to provide for the people that I should, the people working for me. And so he built these flats in 1903, 1905, 1906, and they were built to the standards of the time. He felt strongly about porches and balconies so that people could talk to their neighbors, that they needed to be outside. And here they are in 2024. Those are the same buildings that he built in 1904. So I think they have far outlasted his original idea that I'm going to provide housing for just my workforce. Also, the occupants have changed in these units. Originally, they were all mill workers. They were working in dye vats. I love the description of Samuel as a slave to the bleachery. I mean, at 18 years old, he realized that big, huge machine that turns fabric white is my life, and he wasn't happy about it. But he did. He kept working. So the flats at that time were mill workers. As the mills started closing, Woodlawn trustees still continued to rent, and they were renting to other workers, other people of modest means. They were, today, our typical tenant in the flats is a single mother raising children who are working. They make less than the average median income in Wilmington, and another segment is seniors, people who are in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and even 90s, who are living on Social Security. And if you're 74 years old and your Social Security check is $900, where do you live? What are your options in Wilmington, Delaware, to have any dwelling unit of any type? So we at Woodlawn know that if you're not living with us, you are living probably in a fairly dangerous, unsafe, or low-quality housing unit. Also, look at the scale. Look at the block after block after block of houses. It wasn't a small development that Bancroft built. And as you think about the impact and the scale of what are we going to provide today, should we stay in this business? This is expensive to maintain. At one point, Woodlawn had 30 maintenance workers to maintain all the houses and property that we owned. And these buildings exhausted themselves. So in the early to 2010-12 range, Woodlawn Trustees was faced with a daunting question. What do we do about this aging housing stock? They were originally built for coal heat, then they converted them to electric. In the 70s, 80s, 90s, when electric went through the roof, the tenant's electric bill was more than their rent. If you open up a closet, you can't use a coat hanger. It has hooks to hang your coveralls. So there is one electrical outlet in each bedroom. Because while they had electric then, you didn't have a lot of electrical appliances. Insulation, non-existent. So the buildings were really built for a different time, but had survived this many years, and the board, frankly, had to decide, should we just fold up, bulldoze them, and get out of this? Because how do you maintain them? They were falling down. Oh, and they had lead paint, because they were painted in 1907. So they have lead paint in them. So the board, I hit the panel. The Woodlawn Trustees Board began to come up with a strategy. And the history of Woodlawn is it was a corporation, and then when the IRS created the tax code, it became a nonprofit. And then in the 60s, when it was developing the real estate along Concord Pike, Sharpley, et cetera, it really couldn't operate as a nonprofit, so it became a regular corporation again. When you look at it at the scale of the flats to redevelop it, the only avenue to do that redevelopment was for them to create a new entity that could go after low-income housing tax credits. Only nonprofits can qualify for them. So Woodlawn, in its model, couldn't salvage its own housing. So they created a new organization called the Todd Morden Foundation, a 501c3 organization which can apply for low-income housing tax credits. And it begins the evolution of the Woodlawn family of organizations. So Todd Morden's a separate entity, and they, working with a partner, are in the process of rebuilding the flats. And that print that I showed you, let me go back just a few seconds here. One more second. Gives you a sense of the rebuilding. Did I miss it? Okay. In the rebuilding of the flats, there are multiple phases. Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. When you try to arrange $16, $17 million in funding. You can't do that much. This is an $80 million revitalization of affordable housing, at least. And the way low-income housing tax credits work is we all apply for them. I compete with West End Neighborhood House, Ministry of Caring. So every year, third year, we get an award. So that's why this is broken into phases so that we can cope with that. We also have to cope with the people living there. We have to relocate them and move them. Any of you look for housing recently in Wilmington? Where do you put people? Oh, who are only paying $600 a month in rent. So Woodlawn, Todd Morton have two problems. One is putting the money together and doing construction and working with all of the people that live in these units to handle them in a way that's appropriate and so that they're going to be okay. And that was a full-time person's job at Woodlawn, was the relocation of tenants. Did I get that moving again? Yes. Was the relocation of tenants to prepare for their phase to come down. So we are right in the middle of that process now. On the left-hand side are the old flats. On the right-hand side are the new flats. We work with a partner called HDC from Lancaster that is a low-income housing tax credit expert. We work together, we get the funding, and then they operate those and meet all the guidelines, income verification. So all of that is underway right now, and we're about to start on phase 5, which is going to be right across from the Laurelton, and that is going to be a senior community. 52 units for senior citizens over the age of 62. Here's what startled me as I prepared this presentation. We count things. How many meals served per day? How many students served in our school system? We're very used to trying to figure out what is our return on our investment. So I sat down and I thought, what did Bancroft give us? And my answer is, if you have 2 people in every unit, and they're there every night, and they're there for 100, oh wait, I don't think this thing's still going. Pause. Pause. And then you make it last for 116 years. William Bancroft and Woodlawn Trustees have provided 38 million nights. 38 million nights of people living in affordable, quality housing. That's an astounding sense of scale in philanthropy. It's an astounding sense of scale for anything. And Woodlawn has decided, with Todd Morton, to rebuild this. They're going to do it again. So next year when I write my goals for my board, Chaz, where are you, Chaz? Chaz is right here. My goal is going to say we're going to provide 38 million nights of affordable care over the next 160 years. But that's what the commitment is for this philanthropy that exceeds your lifetime. And I know Bancroft didn't sit in his living room and go, I'm going to do this. But that's the outcome with that type of investment and the trust that the board members that you leave behind are going to follow your mission, that they are going to follow your guidelines. At Woodlawn, Todd Morton and Rockford Woodlawn, which are the 3 organizations that work together, we still have 6 descendants of William Bancroft on those 3 boards. Several descendants are here today. You don't have to lose touch with the mission of the organization and what your original intent is. If you shepherd it and you orient your board members and you make sure that everyone understands what the mission is. So in housing, I think we have done an extraordinary job of providing that. And in a little bit, I'm going to show you what the future is going to be like. We talked earlier about building the park system. The city of Wilmington just didn't have that vision. They couldn't put it together that they were going to build a park system. So Mr. Bancroft, and it's interesting to read the letters between him, DuPont family members, where they talk about having to acquire parcels to put parks together. And if we buy Dr. So-and-so's house, then we can put a park together. And sometimes the DuPont, whichever family member would say, thank you very much, but I'm not interested in helping. And sometimes they said, we'd love to, we'd like to do this. One of the things I want to draw your attention to as you look at these parks, which are the ones that Bancroft assembled, look at the scale of housing around the park. Bancroft knew that people, these neighborhoods were shaping up with density. I mean, look at the density that leads right up to that green space. He knew that he had to have these islands of open space and green space for the community to use. They have pretty common characteristics. Baseball diamonds. I don't think they had playground equipment in his day, but something similar. Even just going into a green space has such an impact on you medically. There's so much research that shows if you go sit in a park, blood pressure decreases, respiration decreases, and Bancroft knew that intuitively. But look at the massing, the scale of housing around these parks. And he put them together, and he turned them over to the city of Wilmington. I think we're all familiar with the jewel of the parks, which is Rockford. But even at Rockford, you think about the scale. Did William Bancroft say to himself, I can't wait for the summer concert series? As a Quaker, I doubt it. Fireworks displays, a dog park. He couldn't envision those, but he had to trust that the people he was leaving the care of these components to would do that. And that's what we had. The city took over Rockford Park, is doing a wonderful job of programming it. And I also think it was Mike that talked about the need for partnerships, for government, for corporations to work together. And he's right, because when Bancroft started, he did it himself. He wrote the check, he put the park together, he built the flats, he gave people free heat. He did it himself. That scale can't work today. Now, Woodlawn, for decades, very quietly went about this business and did it, and acquired farms in the valley and added housing. But nowadays, we can't do that. And Woodlawn is working with a lot of wonderful partners. And I can think of one of our most significant partnerships, frankly, is with the state of Delaware and the Department of Parks and Natural Resources, because we've done some of our best work with them. Brandywine Creek State Park. How many of you have ever been in Brandywine Creek State Park? How many of you said to yourself, you know what, as I enter the trail, thank you, William Bancroft? One. Gene, love having one hand. No, people don't know that resource is there. And because while Woodlawn's not a Quaker organization, William left a Quaker influence across the board of humility, quiet success, and you don't have to be the one doing it all the time. So here's a wonderful case where we worked with the Delaware Nature Society, and Lynn Williams is here, who was part of that. In a situation where we sold some of the land, we gave some of the land, and there was even a challenge in there to assemble and buy the farms from the DuPont family member to create the park. In the end, once Brandywine Creek State Park was assembled, Woodlawn also gave money to create an endowment. There was not a single state park endowment in Delaware at the time. Now, at the Delaware Community Foundation, Mary Beth is here. How many state parks have endowments? Dozens. So all across the state of Delaware, people are privately supporting these parks because they use them. And there's a way to do that. Delaware Community Foundation is there. It sets up these funds so that they can collect their contributions. These partnerships are critical, I think, to keeping the scale of this philanthropy going. Right now, what do you think 2 acres goes for in the Brandywine Valley? Any idea? $800,000. So if we decided today, you know what, we should put this together, the scale of it is daunting. There's not enough money left in our town to put some of these assets in place today. So I think the Brandywine Creek State Park is a perfect example. We're still adding to it with the park system. We just worked with them on acquiring a trail entrance about a year ago, a home that came up for sale, and we needed to buy it. Woodlawn bought it, sold it to the state park. Strangely, we made a profit on it. we put the profit at the Delaware Community Foundation for the park maintenance. Let the state park have this. Let them do a great job with it. Here, I think, is the most interesting example of this process. The first state National Historic Park. Woodlawn buys thousands of acres in the valley. And frankly, we can't maintain them. Woodlawn in the late 1990s, early 2000s, finds itself saddled with debt. And part of it's because we own all this land and it doesn't produce any income. So in this situation, what Woodlawn did was work with the state of Delaware, Mount Cuba, and they thought we need to come up and Congress, or Senator Carper, this is bigger than Woodlawn. This can be something really amazing. So let's sell the land, preserve it, and let's get this national park created. I have seen some of the early plans for what the national park's going to look like. Somebody said today, it's not really, it doesn't feel like a national park. You know, is it Acadia? No. But what it's going to become is going to be really interesting. And there's so much in it that's coming. Woodlawn couldn't do that with its own assets. It needed to find partners. And by partnering with other organizations, what's going to happen for the community is so much bigger and more vibrant than what we could do by ourselves. And sometimes that actually means letting it go completely. We sold the land to the national park, and then about a year later, we wanted to have an event on the national park land. So we called and said, hey, we want to bring a tent in and do our thing. We've owned the land for 120 years. And so they told us we have to get archaeological permits first at each tent stake. So we said, well, we know what's there. Like, no, it's a national park. And we hung up the phone. We're like, you know what? It is a national park. It is different, and that's good. So we used rain barrels to hold the tent up. But you know, how many of you have ever canoed or tubed down the Brandywine? Do you know how far people drive to come to do that on a Saturday in the summer? I always thought it was just us, like everybody from Naaman's Road and Fairfax, Kennett. Hour and a half. The national park has, through surveys, determined that people drive up to an hour and a half to come to that riverfront and stay for the day. That's an enormous impact on much more than just our community. So this is the first 100 and some years. What's coming? What does Bancroft's vision hold for the future? Well, first of all, the new flats. We are investing in those under the leadership of the Todd Morton Foundation, and the scale and size, we've done multiple city blocks. I think to date, $60 million has been invested to rebuild these affordable housing units, and you have to qualify, you have to income qualify to be able to live in them. They're not market rate. And eventually this whole area is going to be redone with beautiful new apartments and townhomes. In fact, people prefer the townhomes. They like the sense of walking up to their own door. This is what they look like today. We took this drone footage 3 weeks ago just to give you a sense of what does this community look like. The green door. We decided that Woodlawn and Todd Morton need to make a statement in town. Most of our rentals occur because people know us, and they call us all the time. Monique Jackson, our leasing managers here, and she's on the phone all day. We don't advertise on billboards, but people know if I need housing, I got to call Woodlawn. And we've decided we're going to paint all the doors green on our units around town to make a statement. This is an affordable, high-quality unit. If you're looking for something good, you want to look for a green door in Wilmington. So you'll see these popping up, mostly on the east side. Wilmington's east side. This is a very interesting part of town. In the 1930s, Emma Bancroft, William's wife, decides that we need to provide more housing that's affordable and is in our control. So the flats is done. So she encourages the board, and she starts a new company. What is Citizens Housing? It sounds very Russian, very communist, but Citizens Housing Corporation. And over time, Woodlawn acquires 120 units on the east side of Wilmington. We're one of the largest providers of housing on the east side. Now, I'm not sure that's a good thing. I mean, Wilmington 3 years ago was the murder capital of the world, and it was riddled with crime. The reality is, it was riddled with crime because the city, that part of the city was in tremendous decay. And houses that, if you have a house that doesn't have anybody living in it, somebody else is going to move into it. And they're doing other things in it. And if you let it go for years, which people did, you have problems. And the problems have a permanent location. And so part of what we're doing with several other organizations is rebuilding this side of town. And this is what the streets look like. House after house, boarded up, decay, trees growing through the roofs. This is what's coming. We've acquired an entire city block on Bennett Street, the Todd Morden Foundation has. It's taken 10 years of work by the City of Wilmington, the Land Bank, and Todd Morden to acquire all the houses. As you go down the road, you're going to have 10 houses on each side. 12 are going to be for sale, low-income sales, and 8 are going to be retained as rentals. And they're going to be affordable, high quality, and you're going to know that you're renting or buying from Woodlawn, Todd Morden. And there's going to be, we're actually going to provide maintenance service to the homeowners. Because when you buy a home, you don't necessarily know how to maintain it. So we're going to offer low-cost maintenance services for the first year, 1 to 3 years, to those purchasers. Because how many of you have called a plumber? What's a plumber cost for the first hour? $400. That is almost a full paycheck for someone in this income bracket. So we're going to do a plumbing call for $50 because we've done plumbing calls for 103 years. We know what's wrong with the toilet most of the time, and we can fix it fast. So I did my same numbers on the east side. What did Emma Bancroft really try to do? She wanted to provide good, safe housing for people. So Woodlawn took that over, and now I estimate that we provided another 6 million nights of safe, affordable housing on the east side. The impact of this multi-generational philanthropy is way beyond anything that we thought of. And it's going to continue because we're reinvesting on the east side, just like we're reinvesting in the flats. I kid you not, in 2124, my successor will be here and go, you know, since Woodlawn started, we've done 90 million nights of and that number is going to be realistic because of the scale that William and Emma created and that Woodlawn then propelled forward and kept going. It kept their mission going. So this is one of the fun streets on the east side, Clifford Brown Walk. It's beautiful. It's kind of the second street on the east side, and but it had some problems. A year and a half, 2 years ago, there was a fire. If you look here on the left-hand side, you'll see 2 units, all smoke covered. Squatters living in the home, in the houses, started a fire, and one poor person died in the fire. They couldn't escape. So not only do these abandoned houses create crime and other problems, they're actually very dangerous to people. And we need to create housing where they can really live. So we, working with the Land Bank and the city, Woodlawn acquired these 2 units, and this is what's going on inside. We're tearing them down and rebuilding them. Here's another very positive success story from us. Todd Morden and Woodlawn decided that we should work with folks in the community. So we wanted to find minority contractors. And I'll tell you, in our Rolodex at work, we had 0. And so we worked with the city, and we started to put the word out that we were looking for contractors. And right now we're working with 6 different minority contractors, and they're hiring folks from the community, And these are $150,000 to $225,000 jobs. We've put $3 million into 20 renovations in the last 2 years. That's real money for these small contractors. Half of them, the business is in the truck. And they're doing invoices, and when we say we have to have printed invoices, one guy goes, oh my gosh, I have to find a computer printer. They're at that level where they can do the work, and they have business licenses, and they have insurance, but how to get to the next level, and that's one of our commitments is, they're our partners. We're going to help them learn how to do this paperwork, how to submit for AIA submissions, how to submit certified payrolls, because we know we're going to need them in our joint efforts together. And they're really good to work with, and they work hard. So here's our next effort for Todd Morden, is the 1000 block of Bennett Street. Same thing, row after row of vacant house, boarded up windows, broken windows, trees through the roofs. And on this block, we are on one side of the block, and Habitat for Humanity is on the other side of the block. And we're going to do 6 units here. Newcastle County has given us funding. I know, Dee, are you still here? Yes. So Newcastle County has invested funding in these units, and we're going to keep them as rentals. And if you look on this street, the ones on the left are going to be Habitat for Humanity. This is the typical interior of one of those buildings. Water damage, mold, animals. They just tear up a building. And so we start from ripping the floors up, ripping the ceilings, taking the walls down, reframing the houses. We just acquired this house. So this was owned by somebody else, and we brought it into the fold, and it's one we're going to do. You can see that no one is investing in the rehabilitation of the units. They're just taking the rent money from people as long as they can. And this is what they look like when they're done. Our thought was, I'd like someone from Fairfax to say, I want to live in that house. Affordable housing does not have to look like it's low quality. So let's get rid of some of these small rooms. I mean, literally, you walk into this house and it has an entryway, a dining room, a living room, and a kitchen, and they're all 8 by 8. So let's open this up, let's make it sunny, and let's provide good interior materials. So we're not overdoing it, but what we're doing is, if you look at some of the key features, back here, particle board versus wood. We're putting all wood cabinets in all the renovations we do because we know we're going to own them for years. We're putting even granite countertops in because they hold up better. I've seen linoleum worn away where the color's gone from people living in the unit. And it just tells people you're living in a low-income housing. We don't want people to think that way. They're living in a quality, affordable, safe unit. Even the light fixtures. This light fixture is $24 more. You ever seen that little mason jar, the light bulbs in it? It just looks like a jam jar. So look at the difference in how the room looks by having a $24 higher value fixture. It changes the look of the unit. And we're getting rid of carpet. We're putting in the vinyl tile, which will last longer and be less of a headache. So here's the 2 blocks in the 800 block of Bennett Street. All the houses are demolished, and this week we're putting up fencing to begin the construction process. So imagine this, and these houses were 12 to 15 feet wide. So the new houses are going to be almost 10 feet wider to give people better living space. Instead of 15 houses, there's going to be 10. Now here's another component. The board challenged management and said, what are you doing about parks? What can we do in the city about adding new parks? So we went up to Philadelphia to tour pocket parks, small neighborhood parks, not like the size that Bancroft built, but even smaller, that exist on 1 or 2 lots, and they call them pocket parks. So we acquired from the city the 2 lots there at the very bottom, where that orange tree is, that face Spruce Street. And that is going to be a new park. And I am a 63-year-old with a criminal justice degree. what should I be doing in designing a park for a modern-day family? Nothing. So we went up to Temple School of Architecture and Community Services and invited their students to offer designs to us. Temple brought an entire busload of students down from their graduate program, and they spent hours walking up and down Bennett Street thinking how, we asked them to design the backyards of the new units too. But if we could build a new park, what would need to be in it? And this is roughly what they designed. These are the components. And we're thinking about children. These blocks are filled with mothers and children. So here is a little stage so the kids can play on. This is going to be a play area. A chess table. All through the parks in Philadelphia are concrete chess tables for people to come and play chess. And here is a water feature. You know those little spray arches? That's all it's going to be. Nothing elaborate, nothing anyone can drown in. But when you have a 2-year-old, you don't take him to the pool. It's too much trouble. But boy, you want to get him wet in August. When it's 103 degrees, you want to just put them in some water. And we've seen this at the Woodlawn Park. You see mothers out with 2 or 3 children. They're running through the spray thing. They're getting wet. They have wet diapers. You're not worried about what's going on. And then they go home. And it's easy, and it's safe, and it's clean. So that's what we're going to do. We did a neighborhood charrette and talked to the neighbors and said, we want to put a park in. And they said 2 things. 1, fabulous. We love the idea. And 2, we're afraid that undesirable people will come and hang out at the park. So we decided that we're going to put a fence up, and then we're going to give the combination to the community. If you live on Bennett Street or Spruce Street, you just have to call and ask what the combination is. Or we might put together a small civic group of all the new owners and say, you're the civic association, here's the electronic combination, and you give it out to the people in your neighborhood. Woodlawn is going to maintain the park because the city would not. They said, we're not adding another park. So Woodlawn said, we are so committed to parks. I shared this with the board, and the board said, this is what we do. So we will do this one. So the whole neighborhood with all these new houses going in and new rentals is going to have a small park, which should serve them nicely. Is this going? Yes. Bancroft Parkway. You know, William did a beautiful job of inserting green space into this area. His vision was a parkway from Rockford Park all the way down to Canby. And unfortunately, World War II interrupted the construction. But he moved cemeteries and a quarry to put this parkway in place. And I think it's really a jewel in the city of Wilmington. And people who live in the neighborhood love it. People walk along it all the time. And it just really is a great attribute in our community. And then here, what is left? Woodlawn still owns several hundred acres in the Brandywine Valley, stretching from the PA border to Coles. So we own the property behind everything on 202, and we border the National Park and the State Park. So there's Ramsey Road, Beaver Valley Road, and High Point Dairy. High Point Dairy, all the farmland that you see, they're farming that for hay and corn for the cows. But through all of that, there's miles of trails that are both used by horseback riders, mountain bikers, and hikers. So, and some of the trails connect in the state park, and some of them connect with the national park. And this is the task for Woodlawn's board going forward, is what would be thoughtful use of this property? And so in our model of working with key players, we're going to work closely with the National Park, with Longwood Gardens. They just got Greenogue. I mean, how relieved are we all that Longwood has Greenogue? I mean, kudos to them. Woodlawn, actually, at times I feel like we're a little diminutive, but we reached out and made an offer that if they hadn't reached a decision on Greenogue, Woodlawn would be, we would take that on. We were politely told by Longwood Gardens, thank you for stopping by. And you know what? Good for them. Their resources far outstrip anything we could possibly do. But we were nervous. And our mission had always been, let's preserve things along the Brandywine. So now you have a state park, Longwood Gardens, a national park, and Woodlawn. And our work in front of us is going to be, what is the best use of this land for the community? How can it augment what's going to be occurring with these other organizations? And we're not in a hurry. We don't have to have a solution quickly. We're really going to work with them and determine in a thoughtful way, how can we best serve each other and the community? And it's fun. Our board members are really enjoying the discussions. We just did a biological survey of all of this. We did a trail study, so we know what we have. The trails are in pretty good shape. There's some interesting biodiversity. We have a couple Eagle Scout projects going on in there. And once Longwood Gardens gets a sense of settling in on ideas for Greenogue and connectivity, I think we're all going to be really excited. I am thrilled with what I see going on in the national park. And I just think it's one of those rare, Marilyn, is Marilyn still here? She mentioned that there were episodes of excellence where briefly we all got together. We're looking at one of those windows. Luckily, Woodlawn still owns that land. Luckily, Longwood Gardens invested in Greenogue. We've got a great opportunity in front of us, and Woodlawn does that. We're going to be thoughtful and we're going to take our time. And I just wanted to close with, here are the organizations that are involved. Woodlawn Trustees is the one you probably know best, and then the Todd Morton Foundation was created to renovate the flats. They're now active on the east side. And Rockford Woodlawn Fund was the recipient of the sales proceeds from the national park, and they invest in Todd Morton's work of building affordable housing, and they also have a grants committee, and they make grants in the community for organizations that are working on parks, open space, and following the mission of Bancroft. And they have a grant cycle now every year. This is, Carolyn, our third year of grants? This will be Rockford Woodlawn's third year of making grants out into the community. And we've just done a website, and people are going to start to apply online. And we've had some very nice success with projects that are in that vein of open space, parks, improvements in parks. So that's where Woodlawn has come. That's where Bancroft sent us. And we listened to him, and I think that as you look back, the scale of what he did is enormous. And Woodlawn Trustees carefully guided that vision forward. And today, these three organizations are poised to continue that. Well, you can see with the construction and the housing and the preservation, it's just the same work and at a great time. So I will stop and see if anyone has questions. Any questions? Yes.
I was curious about where Todd Morton came from, that word, and then I thought, well, where did Woodlawn come from? How did Mr. Bancroft or whoever come up with those names?
Well, I learned from Stephanie that Todd Morton is the name of the family home in England. But where did Woodlawn come from, Stephanie?
That was the name of the original plot of land.
Was it? Okay, so that's where it came from. And Rockford Woodlawn is the combination of the two. Most people think of us as Woodlawn, and they're not giving Todd Morton and Rockford Woodlawn their credit, and they will in the next couple of years. I think those two organizations are going to be very visible to you all. But any other questions? Yes.
I was wondering if you could tell me anything about the relationship between Woodlawn Trustees and the Divine Country Club property?
Yes, we owned it. Literally, if you can think of everything from Alapocus to the Pennsylvania state line on that side of the pike, we probably owned it. St. Mary Magdalene Church, the JCC. So all of Sharpley, and they all bought their deeds from us. We've turned over all of those development decisions. They're not development decisions. They're the Brandywine 100 Civics now handle the deed restrictions, but we don't have any involvement anymore in the DuPont Country Club.
I think I had read in the paper a few years back when the fate of the country club was up in the air, that that property
Yeah, Woodlawn tends to put deed restrictions in place. For example, we just bought back a house in the valley on Woodlawn Road because there was a deed restriction that we had right of first refusal. And the real estate agent went to market and was like, oh, you guys aren't going to buy it back. We're like, yes, we are. We're buying it back. We really look for all those opportunities in the area of the valley to be protected. But we're out of DuPont Country Club. There's one house in Sharpley that still has to come to Woodlawn for deed modifications, but we've turned the rest of those over to the Civic Association. I don't think we have any connection with the JCC, that they don't have to come to us anymore. Yeah, we're at the point where we think once we've sold it to you, you develop it as you see fit, unless there was something specifically that we didn't want you to do. So it would be restricted to housing or something else. So we still have 15 or 20 individual lots scattered around, but the biggest piece of property still left is on 202. But we have some in the city. So. Anything else? Yes?
What is the juxtaposition between Todd Morton and Habitat for Humanity? You seem to be doing very similar things.
Yeah, we don't invest in each other, but we're part of a group on the East Side called the East Side Coalition, where we're all working to try to acquire these vacant houses, rehabilitate them, and put them online. Todd Morton's mission, like Woodlawn's, is to provide affordable rental housing. And Habitat's is to provide housing for sale. And so we're very comfortable being across the street from each other and having both. So Habitat's got 6 units for sale. We have 6 units for rent. We share the same architect. We're buying the same windows so that when you drive down the street, you're not like, what are those windows and what are those windows? There's no sense of ownership in that fashion, like our product has to look different. We want the community to look good. And if that means we use the window that they have because we think it's going to look nice, it's going to be across the street, that's great. We're going to do that. So, and then when we work on Bennett Street together, we're going to incorporate their new homeowners into this idea of a civic association. So just because they're Habitat folks, not Todd Morton, doesn't mean it's not their park. So in that sense, I mean, the CEO of Habitat and I probably talk once a month. We compete for the same funding sometimes. That's always fun. Anything else? Yes?
So with that being said, with both Habitat and Todd Morton, because of the grant funding coming from public entities, I assume all the work on both sides of the street would be prevailing wages as far as how the workers were being paid?
Not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily. No, we don't, depending on our funding source, we have not had to do prevailing wage. So on Bennett Street, I think, Sean, what do we have, 8 funding sources? 8 different funding sources to come up with enough money to do that project. So, all right, I don't want to hold Sophie up, and I do want to just say, I wish Sophie was here in person. She's dynamic, she's going to do a great job, and I need to introduce her. Hold on one second. Where's our tech fellow? Is Sophie ready? She should be. All right. So, Dr. Sophie Linford is battling COVID, so she's joining us via Zoom from Hockessin. She is the Annette Woolard Provine Curator of the Bancroft Pre-Raphaelite Collection here at the Delaware Art Museum. She's a specialist in British and American art of the 19th century and an expert on the Pre-Raphaelite movement, on which she has published and lectured widely. She is the author of Painting Dissent, Art, Ethics, and the American Pre-Raphaelites, published by Princeton in 2022. Prior to joining Delaware Art Museum, Sophie worked at the Harvard Art Museums, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York Historical Society, and the Yale Center for British Art. She is the curator of the Rossetti's exhibition, currently on view upstairs, and we will hope you will stay and have the chance to visit it before it closes on Sunday. So, Sophie?
Am I up?
You're up.
I'm up. Oh my God. Well, I can't see any of you. I can only see myself. And I actually am seeing Rich walk off the stage with his glass of water right now. So I have a little window to what's going on. I am devastated. Oh, there I am. Oh, wait, I see my PowerPoint. Okay, cool. I see all of you. I'm getting such a nice view from the box. They're giving me like a pano of the whole room. You all look terrific. It has been Oh, a thumbs up. Great. Well, anyway, hi everyone. I'm felled by COVID. I can't tell you how I burst into big boohoo tears when those two lines came up, and I couldn't be here with you because we have been planning this for 8 months. Have been so excited, but I have been getting lots of texts and dispatches from Molly, from Heather, saying how great it's all going today. So I hope you all feel the same way. I'm excited to end this day with Samuel Bancroft. You've heard about so many different aspects of the Bancroft history and legacy today, and we thought that it would make sense, even before I was felled by this awful illness, to end with the Pre-Raphaelite collection, because after all, we, or actually rather you, are all at Del Art right now. And since there are only 2 days left of the show on the Rossettis, we thought, why not acknowledge the man who made this show possible? So I'm going to dive into my PowerPoint. So you've seen several photographs today of Samuel, and I want to show you 3 portraits of him that are in our collection. These are all, there's the oil in the middle, and then we have watercolors on both the left and the right. The one on the left is actually a tiny miniature. And all 3 of these portraits of Samuel were owned by Samuel. And in this way, Samuel was a true patron of painters. He bought works of art that he loved, but he was also commissioning portraits of himself. And this is a gesture that dates back, to the medieval and Renaissance period, that patrons would preserve their own likeness for posterity and place themselves in the body of work, in the artist's oeuvre. In this way, Samuel wrote himself, or actually sort of painted himself, into Pre-Raphaelite history. So in 1840, when Samuel was 40 years old, he had the most affecting experience of his life. He went from Wilmington to England to visit his cousin, Alfred Derbyshire, who is our distinguished gentleman at the left. And Derbyshire was an architect who had built the home of the gentleman at the right, who, despite their, really impressive beards, they're not the same person. The man on the right this is actually such a pleasure because I can hear you laughing, and I've been so depressed to be, my husband hasn't let me out of this room for like 4 days. So, to just get to hear you is like a balm to my frazzled nerves. So these are not the same men. These are friends, and Alfred Derbyshire takes Samuel Bancroft to William Alfred Turner's home to sort of show off his handiwork that he did as the architect. But while he's there, he of course sees Turner's major art collection. And so he sees his first Pre-Raphaelite paintings. And the one that impacts him the most is this work by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. This is a vision of Fiammetta. It's actually not in our show. It's long been in a private collection. And it had been painted only 2 years earlier in 1878. So remember, this is contemporary art for Samuel Bancroft. This painting, it's large. It's 55 inches tall by 36 inches wide. It's, about life size, a little smaller. And Samuel wrote after this visit, the sort of his famous response that we repeat again and again when we talk about this collection, that I titled this talk, that he was shocked with delight. So Samuel was eager for a record of this transformative moment. So he asks his host, William Turner, if a photographic reproduction could be made of one of the other Rossetti works that he saw in Turner's home. And this was a chalk drawing of La Bella Mano, which is at left. And this is a drawing that ultimately Samuel has the opportunity to later acquire and is indeed in Delaware Art Museum's collection now. And so the photographic reproduction was made for Samuel. This is the work that's at right and is also in our collection. And this is ultimately what started his collector bug. It's the first Pre-Raphaelite image to enter Samuel's collection. And so remember, this is 1880 when he's 40 years old. So for the next 10 years, Bancroft collects exclusively what we call photomechanical reproductions. These are essentially photographs of paintings that have been printed through various printing methods: carbon printing, albumin printing, platinum printing. They're sort of all using different types of processes. And Samuel is self-educating himself on the Pre-Raphaelites. He's developing an unusual literacy for the history of Pre-Raphaelitism, which by the 1880s is coming up on a 40-year-old movement. And in this time, the status of reproductive works like these was much higher than we consider reproductions today. It was considered, quite a respectable collection, and he ultimately acquires several hundred photographic reproductions of Pre-Raphaelite works and even displays them in special exhibitions in New York and Philadelphia. So in June 1890, his cousin, Derbyshire, sent Samuel this letter, and it's now in our library and archive collection. And he takes the opportunity to write to his cousin in Wilmington because the painting Water Willow by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, which Samuel had seen 10 years earlier at William Turner's house, was now up for sale. And so was Samuel interested? To jog his memory, Alfred drew his own version in watercolor of Water Willow that you can see on the right of this letter. And my absolute favorite part of this document is that he even outlines the Rossetti designed frame. You can see right on the right side underneath the watercolor, and with the tiny little note that says "all gold, lest he worry." And so this is the painting Water Willow that you'll all recognize, that is in the permanent collection of Delaware Art Museum and is in the Rossetti's show. And incidentally, Samuel admitted to not even remembering having seen the painting 10 years earlier. He was so taken by that vision of Fiammetta. But he moves forward and he makes his first purchase of an original Pre-Raphaelite work of art, and it's a Rossetti, which is important. So following the purchase of Water Willow, Samuel began collecting Pre-Raphaelite art at quite a clip. And so his next major opportunity arrived 2 years later in 1892. At the death sale of Frederick Leyland, who was a major patron of Victorian art and one of Rossetti's greatest patrons. And here you can see just Leyland's drawing room, that he had 6 major works of art by Rossetti. In this room alone, he had much more. And 3 of which, just in this picture, ultimately enters Samuel's collection. And those works that are in here, I have no idea if you can see my mouse, but I'm pointing to, you can? Okay. I'm pointing to Mnemosyne, I'm pointing to Veronica here, to Lady Lilith, and then in the show is also Proserpine, which is in the Tate's collection. So out of the Leyland sale, Samuel got quite a lot of wonderful things, including Lady Lilith, as you just saw, but not just Rossetti's. He got his first Elizabeth Siddal watercolor, which is upstairs in the show, which you see here on the right. He got Ford Madox Brown's The Corsair's Return. This is also a work on paper, so it's not up all the time, but it was up for about 5 months this past summer and fall in our permanent galleries. And he purchased Found, which is on the right, which is one of the most major paintings in Delaware Art Museum's collection. As many of you know, it is long unfinished. Dante Gabriel Rossetti worked on it for 30 years. It was like his white whale. He just, could never complete it. And I'm not going to go into the whole story of Found here because we have a whole wall devoted to it in the exhibition. And so if you don't know the story of Found, I encourage you to go upstairs and read about it. But I do want to talk about why this painting was so important to Samuel Bancroft. So the woman who modeled for the female figure in the painting Found was a woman that Dante Gabriel Rossetti encountered in London. Her name, she ultimately goes by the name Fanny Cornforth. She's born Sarah Cox. And Fanny is a working class woman, but becomes one of Rossetti's favored models and companions in the 1850s. And so by this time, in the 1890s, early 1890s, when Samuel is actively collecting Pre-Raphaelite art, he's also trying to ingratiate himself and get to know as many living Pre-Raphaelites and their children as possible. And so he tracks down the contact information of Fanny Cornforth, who's now well into her 60s, and introduces himself. And she's now going by her married name, Fanny Scott. And sadly, she's quite impoverished. But Samuel takes the opportunity to offer her an exchange that she can't turn down in her current financial state, which buys everything that she has. She had a romantic relationship with Rossetti in the 50s, and then after Elizabeth Siddals, Rossetti's wife's premature death, she becomes his live-in companion, and late in his life, Rossetti's caretaker. So she had just a cache of material related to Rossetti and their relationship. And so Bancroft decides to buy it all. And this decision ultimately provides Fanny with a level of financial support that she wouldn't have had otherwise. And all of the ephemera, and I'm just including, a few representational images here, a manuscript poem, these illustrated letters between them, photographs, and almost all of the images on this screen are actually in the exhibition right now. So I encourage you to look. Some of them are really quite tiny. And because of Fanny, we have the most incredible archive of material related to Dante Gabriel Rossetti in the world. And so because of Fanny and because of Samuel. So as Samuel's art collection grew, the walls of his home, Rockford, filled with paintings. And he ultimately had to build an addition to the house to accommodate his ballooning holdings. So he purchases work after work. In the following decades, he dies in 1915, and a couple of additional works are added to his collection by his son Joseph, who bequeathed his collection in 1935, which that bequest to the Delaware, or to what was then known as the Wilmington Society of the Fine Arts, also included a plot of land, 11 acres, on which the Delaware Art Museum would be built. And so here are just a few lovely pictures from our archives of those early days of construction of the Delaware Art Museum, which was then known as the Delaware Art Center, under construction in 1937 to 1938. And that brick building that you can see on the bottom right is still our Delaware Art Museum on Kentmere Parkway, now enlarged. And this is just, I had to throw this in. This is the staff in the Pre-Raphaelite gallery at what was then called the Delaware Art Center, with Bancroft's paintings just after it opened. So I could keep going with this presentation for hours, going year by year, charting Delaware Art Museum's history. But remember, this is a symposium about the Bancrofts. So I'd like to close by honing in on Samuel's legacy specifically and how it relates to the show that's closing on Sunday, because this has been a really once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reunite Samuel's Rossetti paintings with so many of the original works that they were commissioned alongside. So forgive me if Molly covered all of this in her introduction, but I like to share how the Delaware Art Museum ended up with the Rossetti show here in Wilmington. A couple of years ago, the Tate approached the Delaware Art Museum and said that they were putting together an exhibition of the Rossetti family, but that the show could not be mounted without the paintings that Samuel Bancroft had purchased, the paintings by Rossetti. And so the Tate proposed a trade. They said that if we lent them the Bancroft Rossettis, that in return, would we like the whole show? And so this was a really astonishing and wonderful partnership, because we lent 13 works of art to the Tate and in return got a show of 150 objects. And that just goes to show how important Bancroft's own collection and his eye for which works were so important to the larger story of Dante Gabriel Rossetti really was. That in all of the thousands of works around the world that could be brought together to tell the story of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, that the Tate's show couldn't be done without the Bancroft's works. So you can't walk two steps in our exhibition without seeing a masterpiece acquired by Samuel Bancroft. And I'm just going to point out a couple here. They're the yellow arrows that you've seen. I've shown you these works already. And then this goes for many modest drawings, and all of the books in the show are either from the Samuel Bancroft manuscript and rare book collection, or from our colleagues at the University of Delaware, the Mark Samuels Lasner collection. And you're probably familiar, if you have even spent 5 minutes in Wilmington this fall, with this painting here. It's the opening painting of the exhibition. There are billboards of it all over Wilmington. There was one on I-95 South for most of the fall. This painting is La Ghirlandata, and it's now in Guildhall Art Gallery's collection in London. And I want to share something. I haven't actually told anyone at the Delaware Art Museum this. Not that I've been keeping it a secret. I thought it would be good to debut at this conference. During the research for the Rossetti's exhibition, I was in the Bancroft archives, which are so capacious that you're discovering new things every time you go in there. And so I was looking at some later letters between Joseph Bancroft, Samuel's son, and some London dealers. And it turns out in the late 1920s, about 10, 12 years after Samuel Bancroft's death, the Agnew's art dealer in London offered Joseph the opportunity to purchase La Ghirlandata, to add it to his father's collection posthumously. And Joseph turned them down. And so then this work was acquired by Guildhall Art Gallery, went into the public city collection in London, and it did not come to Delaware. And, I like to think, if Joseph only knew all the royalties that we lost out on because he turned this down. The amount of merchandise that was produced with La Ghirlandata for this show, the painting was all over London. That's just a tube stop. And, I also joked that, the agony in actually getting this loan would have been completely eliminated if it was just our own to put up on the wall. But more seriously, I want to actually make an art historical argument here that among these three paintings, the two on the right are the ones that Samuel did purchase himself. All three of these were commissioned by Frederick Leyland, that collector whose drawing room I showed you earlier. And all of them were painted with Alexa Wilding as the model that Dante Gabriel Rossetti used. And, I'm sure my beloved colleagues at Guildhall Art Gallery would take issue with me saying this publicly on a recording, but I think Samuel made the right choice. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. I actually do adamantly believe that Veronica Veronese and Lady Lilith are better paintings all around. I think they're more interesting, that, those contrapposto poses that Veronica and Lilith have, the way Lilith combs out her hair, all of the different accessories and accoutrements that are in both paintings, the caged or bird, or the bird that's sort of come out of its cage in Veronica, the Lilith story. Even though, my life would have been easier if Joseph had made the acquisition of La Ghirlandata, I think in the end, Samuel knew what he was doing when he was putting together his collection those 20 years before. And I'll say that Our Lady Lilith doesn't look too shabby on merchandise. So that brings me to my final slide, and I will show, here I'm showing a photograph of our wonderful museum taken in late summer on a much more beautiful day than we're having today. And I just want to acknowledge this marvelous building, the stellar Pre-Raphaelite paintings housed within it, and the collector that made it all possible. Thank you. And I have no idea if you can see me, but obviously you can hear me. I'm happy to answer questions if Rich, I think we have a little time actually. So if Rich, you want to facilitate, I can hear.
So I know that Samuel Bancroft helped build the Schoonover Studios, and he was a patron in that way. Did he build other studios for other artists and help in other ways outside of the museum?
That's such a great question. Is Margareta in the room? No, I think she left. I'm not sure. I mean, what I do know in terms of patronage for studios, I don't know any other anecdote besides the Schoonover one that you just mentioned. But what I do know is that he invited all of the artists, those American illustrators that are, that we have in our collection and that are in the Brandywine Museum's collection, over to his house. And so when you walk through our American illustration galleries, and if you find yourself sort of thinking, these look like Pre-Raphaelite paintings, it's not a coincidence. There's a reason that there is some visual resemblance between paintings produced by illustrators in the Brandywine Valley precisely at a moment that this collection is being built, and that's because Bancroft's collection was a major resource for artists in Wilmington. There really weren't that many, if any, other collections of European British art to see. And so because of that, the sort of iconographic and compositional element of Pre-Raphaelite paintings make their way into the paintings by American illustrators that you're mentioning.
Yes. How much influence did John Ruskin and William Morris have on Samuel Bancroft in his art history and understanding?
That's a great question. So Samuel Bancroft had all of John Ruskin's volumes. They're in our library. Ruskin was read widely in the United States by the time that Samuel Bancroft was in adulthood. He was first published in the US in 1847. And so Bancroft himself is born in 1840. So by the time he's into this material, Ruskin's works are being printed in 5th, 6th, 7th editions in the United States, largely by Macmillan. And William Morris, another major influence. He was purchasing many volumes by William Morris. We have some Kelmscott publications in our library. It's really quite rare for us to have. It's we're super proud to have that here in Delaware. And in fact, Samuel Bancroft was very proud, though he never corresponded directly with Ruskin. He was very proud to be known to the Morris family and actually hosted May Morris, William Morris's daughter, when she came on a tour of the United States.